Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, December the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses, let me know you can hear me. Yes, thank you, William, and see my screen. Excellent. So, a lot of action this morning. I actually did take a trade this morning in this PHVS. I obviously chose the wrong one. I chose this one because it had 17 million in the float. Earnings play, plus they released some data. It got in just over 4 and worked its way up to all the way up to 479. Got out most of it in the 450 range. I did see the EXPR earlier, but I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't think it would move obviously as much. 64 million in the float. This was a former meme stock earnings play, but I guess obviously the big news is this WHP Global. I wish I'd read this a little bit more. You know what? All I read was the headline. I didn't dive into it and to see whether investing 25 million to acquire 5.4 million at 460 a share, as Zach posted. I just sort of saw this headline. I thought, oh well, whatever, you know. So that that really popped that stock. So what else? DSGN. This could be the interesting one for me anyway. On the short side, guys, DSGN. I don't think there's very much volume. It's picking up a little bit. Um, let's see. Okay, reported data. So it's obviously negative reaction to the data that they've reported. More importantly for me, this is a lifetime low. Okay, it is a lifetime low. And how many shares are available at Interactive Brokers? Yeah, 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers to available to short. So there are shorts available. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one to see what happens. And that is the DSGN. Cientra earnings play. CIEN, or not Cientra, Sienna. Earnings play, nice gap up on earnings actually. Pretty big float, 146 million. So that's an impressive move, 18% with that float. I'm sure some of you are looking maybe to short this, depending on what happens with this market. We're in for a nice market open though, right now anyway. Uh, of note, it is through the 200-day moving average though. Okay, so that's good. It's through the 200-day moving average, which was $50 basically. The next high looking left is 53, so there is a little bit of room. It's about $2 till that next high. And we just talked about the EXPR, CUTR. I believe this is an earnings play. Oh, this is not an earnings play. Oh, right. This is a financing. So they're doing a financing, $100 million. I couldn't quite see what the price was. Okay, but it's a financing, so the market's pounding it down because of that. You can see they obviously announced that news after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area on the 15-minute chart. Rent was moving after hours yesterday, so it must be. I think it might be an earnings play. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. I saw this one move after hours, and it's up. Yeah, it's up 14%. Pretty low float, 37 million in the float. RXDX. I couldn't see. And we have a halt here, guys. Apron. Oh my gosh, look at Apron. Look at Blue Apron. Underneath, way under $1, and it halted because of news. Well, anyway, RXDX. I don't see any specific news other than that. Well, I shouldn't say other. Bunch of brokerages are upgrading them. Multiple. I'm looking at there's BTIG, there's Oppenheimer, there's I think RBC, Credit Suisse. There's a lot of upgrades for this one. Following the announcements of their, so it's a phase 2A. Okay, so many upgrades for this one. I do have a link for it. So I was going to make that announcement. So guys, we are definitely going to go to the Discord room starting, I think the first trading day in January is January 3rd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage you to head over to Discord. I'm going to keep moderating the three rooms. YouTube doesn't have that much activity, but I'll be moderating, what we call the main room and then the Discord room. So in case you're wondering what it looks like, very similar. You're going to see my screen. You'll hear me, of course. And we have the same type of tabs, the specific stocks, general talk, market talk, TI questions. I've got a pre-market tab now, and then an upgrades, downgrades tab that'll put in the upgrades and downgrades. So yeah, this is definitely going to happen. So I would encourage you over the course of the balance of this month to head over there from time to time, get used to it. And I just put the link in, the invite link. And let's see, Eiger. Yeah, this EIGR. So this was halted for news. And when I read the headline, I mean, of course, all these headlines, and now you see, okay, when I read the headlines, the first headline I saw looked pretty good. Yeah, achieved statistical significance. Okay, obviously, though, when you dive into it, not good enough. Obviously, okay. So Iger just got trashed here, guys. It was halted because of news, and then went from 4 all the way down to one, just basically a dollar. It has popped up a bit. Well, it can't be anything good regarding Apron. Wow, unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's just doesn't seem that long ago that this stock was doing this run from 3 to 8 in that month right here in August. And TRDA had gapped up. I don't think there was very much volume. They've got a collaboration, yeah, not very much volume for TRDA. It's a collaboration agreement with Vertex, VRTX. No screen? Really? I am sharing, so I don't know. What have I done wrong then? Because this is what I am sharing my screen. So, well, this is why we now somebody said yesterday you have to click on my name or something, on my name and click on my name, and then you'll see the screen. Okay, so thank you, Roger. So, yeah, so when you get there, you have to click on my name, double click on my name, and then you'll see the screen. I'm wondering if there's a way to have it default without having to do that. Not working. Hmm. Well, unable to accept the invite. Pepe, you showed me how to do the invite yesterday. Maybe I did it wrong. Maybe you can remind me again. Maybe I created the wrong link or something. Again, eventually you won't have to do this every day, but I unlocked the server though. I went through the unlock. I'll do it again. I unlock /unlock. All right, well, let me get this. Okay. Well, this is why we're going to spend 3 weeks. I'm going to spend 3 weeks making sure this is working the way I want it to. No, right now, doing a search for trade ideas, I don't think anything came up yesterday. I think it's new, it's so new or something. I asked Scott at Trade Ideas. Eventually it will be. Okay, now I'm confused. Just give me a moment. Okay, slash unlock server. So it does say the server is unlocked. I did that this morning though. It did say it was unlocked. Unlock the server. Okay, now you're in. Maybe it didn't take because I know I have to do that because I locked it down. Okay, well maybe I did it wrong. So I see you in there, Roger. Yeah, but one will disappear, Zen. This one will disappear. So, and I think there's a way in which we can do something with YouTube too. So try again, North. The stream. Hmm. Ah, okay. I know what you're talking about. The 15-second between messages is annoying. That we can adjust, of course. Okay, we can adjust that. Why is the stream still deactivated? Help. It worked so well yesterday, so I'm trying to figure. I just don't know what I can do right now. This channel locked. Okay, let me try one more thing. Hmm. I went to unlock down channel and it said the channel is not locked. You see, it says channel is not locked down when I try to unlock it. So you guys are in there, you just can't see my screen. Yeah, okay. Pepe. Hmm. So yesterday the screen sharing was fine. I'm sorry, guys. I know I should be talking about. Well, I already went over the ones that are moving. So I'm trying to get this figured out before the market opens in 15 minutes. Just give me one moment too, please. Well, I don't know what to do now, guys, because I mean, I'm looking here and I see my screen. I am sharing it, so I've, I don't know why it says. Well, I know, yeah, Dwayne. I'm unlocking what I thought was well. Okay, I had to click on the trading room. Okay. I think okay, now people can see and hear me. Some anyway. Yes, Zach, absolutely. Absolutely. The DSGN, I mentioned that. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out why some can see and hear me and some can't. I have no answer for that right now. So those that can see my screen, meanwhile, guys, SMMT from yesterday. I was actually thinking of swinging this one, if you can believe it. Are they doing a financing? Not yet. Maybe try again using the link. I mean, I don't know, guys. I mean, I obviously have to get to the bottom of this. We're going to switch over. So here's the link again. Well, but I see people posting, so that's why I thought people were in, and then somebody said they can see my screen and hear me. Trader Satch said he can see and hear me. Ah, but are you talking about? Yeah, we're talking about in the Discord room, so maybe that's we're not talking about the main room. Channel still says it's locked. Okay, so here's what I'm seeing, guys. I'm sorry. See, I've got unlock down server, so I unlock. There's the server that we're using, unless I'm not looking at the right server. That's the only thing I can think of. Here's the channel, but it's saying it's not unlocked. But if I do this, unlock down server and unlock the server. That's all I did yesterday. Unless I'm not on the right server. I know, Nikki, and when I went to slash unlock channel, show you what happened. So unlock channel, okay, enter, but it says this channel is not locked down. So it was trying to unlock something that wasn't locked down. How's that? Maybe that was it. I'm gonna write these steps down. Okay, so I went to the trade ideas. I'm in the trading room and I did the unlock the server. So if that doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Well, I did the channel too, Pepe, and look what it said. It said the channel is not locked down. I did not modify anything yesterday, not that I'm aware of. I don't know enough to do that. Okay, guys, well, listen, you might have to trade on your own for a while. The market is going to open in about 5 minutes. I know I haven't gone through the sectors or anything like that. I'm just trying to figure out how you guys can't get in and see my screen. Okay, so here are the channels. I don't see a lock, excuse me, a lock beside them. Here are the channels that I've got, discussion channels. Excuse me, that's what you're talking about in the trading room. Now, is that a little lock? I don't know, but it's not. I better learn how to do all this before before January 3rd. But this is you're not talking about my user settings though. When you say click the settings for the channel, these are the channel settings. Ah, I wonder if that's it. You know what I might do, guys? I might mute myself in the main room, okay? So I don't, you guys who want to keep trading, if you, I appreciate the help in Discord, okay? So I'll mute myself in the main room, okay? Now you guys can hear me. If you're in Discord, you can still hear me, I guess. And then what are you talking about? Can you right click on the trading room channel? See, this is so, I hate this, this thing that, okay, so when I right click trading room, there's trading room. So when I right click trading room, this is what I see. So what am I supposed to do? I better, invite people. Fine. I'll do it one more time. I'll create the link. Maybe that's it. I don't know. That's what I did earlier, but yeah, maybe, you know what? If anybody wants to stick around, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to tie up the rooms. Maybe around 3 o'clock Eastern. So maybe this link will work better. I don't know. Okay, guys, I will, yeah, maybe around 3 o'clock. If anybody who knows anything about Discord wants to hang around, I really appreciate it. Figure out, it was fine yesterday. So anyway, the market's going to open in less than a minute, so let's get to trading. Edit channel, okay. It says user limit. It looks like nothing. Oh, no, no, that's not right. No limit, so that's what I'm seeing here in edit permissions. Change from private. Okay, okay, let's try that. Didn't I, by doing that, I thought that's checking it, making a private channel. When it was like this, save changes. Okay, let's see if that is, if that was it. So I made it private, yeah, but so it was unchecked. It was unchecked before. Yeah. So that's why, I mean, it wasn't a private, it was unchecked before. All right, guys, what's happening? How's that? I'm waiting. The only thing I'm really going to concentrate on. All right, G triple I still giving me some little bit of love here still. So I'll answer you here. So I just went unlock, and you see what happens. Pepe, I just type unlock and unlock server. Do that, enter, and it says unlock the server. Trade ideas admin bot, unlock the server. China, guys. China, 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 China. K-Web. Not that I'm aware of, Pepe. I'll ask that question now, Pepe. I don't think so, but so what is the issue, really? You can't see my screen? Is that the only issue? Because obviously you're in. You can go to the different you can go to the different tabs. So you can't, man, this is confusing. So some can see and some can't? So Mike says he can see my screen. Meanwhile, guys, back at trading, look at all these China stocks. Billy, Momo, LI. Look at the China stocks just ripping. And look at MSOS. Remember how it seemed pretty encouraging that something positive was going to happen in that sector? In 3 days, it popped up. Look at this now. MSOS. This is the ETF for cannabis. Ooh, look at Summit. Summit coming right back up, guys. Now it works. Okay, well, I will have to, what I might do later on, and at 3 o'clock, if anybody wants to hang around, I'm going to shut down the Discord room again, and then lock it. There's Summit coming right back up. SMMT, guys. And then go through the procedure to make sure everybody can get in seamlessly. All right, LNC guys, this is almost an all-time low, okay? LNC, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, I have noticed that the more expensive ones can be a lot more volatile. So, and this is what I'm talking about. Now, maybe later on in the day, but things have got to settle down, even though it's near an all-time low. Just noted that some of the more expensive ones can be a lot more volatile. You know, they had a little more jumpy. The cheaper ones, the ones under five, seem to be the ones that, you know, once they start, they just want to keep going down. SMMT guys, this is from, well, 2 days up. It's trying to get right back to being positive. Yeah, I will say go GII also, William. This is now, I can't believe it. I think I've held this now for 3 days. No, this is my third day. Big swing trader that I am. No. And we've got some halts, of course. Lots of halts again. RL, wow. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. RLMD got halted on the way down. Okay, RLMD. This is shortable for me too. This is an all-time low. Cheap one. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Ooh, Bivy. They were waiting on this one yesterday for a long time, it seemed. Bivy, BIVI, trying to take out this level. What's the volume like? It's picking up. It is picking up. Of course, it has the room. This is why we're interested in it yesterday to 8. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's the room it's got. Well, Bivy is still kind of doing its thing, you know. I tell you, maybe today's the day that it'll really break out of here. The high yesterday was what, 641? But it's still a little bit early. What's the market doing? Nas is basically flat, SPY's up a little, Dow's up. INFN guys, INFN on the move. INFN on the move. Trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. I do not see a reason, just checking my headlines here. I do not see a specific reason, but volume's coming in. It's a big float though, 212 million. Now, how did that one that I was interested in do? The DSGN. I don't see it anywhere yet. DSGN. Ah, no, that's my fault. I missed it completely. Again, this is an all-time low. Unit, guys, is on the way down. So units on the way down. Had a bad day yesterday. Continuation, not quite an all-time low. Yeah, this summit, if it reclaims three, it's gonna have another run. I mean, the high yesterday was 320. All right, guys, DSGN is just cratering now. All-time low. Okay, Iger actually just got halted on the way down after this disaster. Look at DSGN. One more, one more. Greater City, guys, DSGN, yes. Okay, I know I was late to it, but didn't get nailed by the uptick rule either. Yeah, the spread, the spread is 732. Well, right now, 732, 733. I am going to, yeah, I'm covering some in the 30s right now. It's now 735, 736. So covering some in the 730s right now. Well, that was the plan anyway. That was my main watch. Yeah, good for you, Shady. I was almost going to do the same thing. Take the PHVS. Took this in the pre-market. Did okay in the pre-market with it. Bivy, guys. Bivy. BIVI. Oh man, DSGN. Great when you see something in the pre-market. And you know what I was really waiting for? And the issue I had was, I got so bogged down in that stupid Discord stuff because I would have taken this almost right from the beginning. It's not, it's actually now just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But what I was waiting on this one, I wanted to see if it had any sort of a pop-up in the pre-market. But look what it did. Look what it did. It basically flatlined in the pre-market, excuse me, in the pre-market. Market open down. That was the key. Now I missed a tremendous entry up here, but c'est la vie. But interesting though, but that uptick rule did not nail me today. I swear I unlocked the channel before, but okay. It's- but I'm glad. So, guys, this is what's happening. Just as a general announcement, I'm going to post the Discord link in again because we will be switching to Discord. I think the first trading day in January is January 3rd, I believe. Okay, so if you can go over to Discord every now and then, just to check it out, to make sure, I mean, it should be seamless for you guys. You know, once we got, I figure out how to unlock a room and all that, but you should see my screen, you know, and here's some tabs, same tabs that we have in the main room. Okay, so it's the same idea, exactly the same idea. And as I understand it, you can pop the video out. You can pop the video out, move it around anywhere. If you have multiple monitors, you can size the video. So it's very flexible that way. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I got out some of that the DSGN. So finally had the pop. Hit 7. There's that magic whole number, you know. Well, that would be me. I believe I have it working now. So here's the link. Okay. And I am actually going to moderate. I'm going to moderate the 3 rooms. We don't get very much action in the YouTube room, so I'm not too concerned about that. But I will moderate the both the rooms. So as you guys start to migrate over, okay. So Summit, I think is no good. It tried to get through that set 3 level, but it is pulled right back down. So it is pretty erratic. So the China stocks, Momo being one of them, is momenting on the way up, guys. Momo. Uh, Give me a break. AMC, little pop. GME had earnings after hours yesterday. Was it sort of a non-event? And I love it. Let me just see what I saw here. Here we go. Wedbush maintains GameStop coverage with underperform and a target of $5.30. Original target 3 or 6. So Wedbush is just not impressed with GME. Why are you locked out, Eric? Is it the new link I keep putting in, or it's the same link? It looks like it's the same link. Some are in. I see some are in. And I hear the little beep that tells me people are coming in. Check out Beyond Meat, guys. I mean, this has been on a real run, 13 to 16 now in basically 2 days. All right, now Smith and Wesson, or yeah, well, Smith and Wesson had earnings yesterday. Yeah, the reaction was yesterday, big down day, trying to recover somewhat. I don't know, Eric. I'm not sure now how I can do anything differently because I've unlocked the server, I've unlocked everything. I see people in the room. They say they can hear me, see my screen. So meanwhile, Bivy guys, yeah, there's a little rocket emoji, right, that you have to click and then to verify that you are not a robot and stuff like that. I think that's just sort of standard every day. Yeah, I don't know what to do, Eric. I mean, I see people in the room. I mean, some have just kind of gone over there. So I do see people in the room. So it's channel is not locked. Well, you can say in this room, Eric. I mean, you're in the main room, until anyway, till end of December. But Bivy guys, Bivy is, it's got that room to eight, right? Oh yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the AI has PHVS. You're absolutely right. Nice one, Shady. And I think it had room to five before it hit some resistance. I recall this morning when I took the trade. Not in it anymore. Yeah, $5. That's a question I don't have an answer for, Pete. Look at okay, Bivy guys, we're having some success here. Bivy. Now design is looking weak again. So do me a favor. I hear some little activity in the Discord. Maybe somebody, if you can go in and go to general market, just so I can kind of get used to seeing when it turns white, so I can know that there's questions happening, or go to TI questions, just to get me used to knowing when there is some activity. Okay, so it's a rocket emoji. Okay. See, this is the little how-to in order to view, there's a little how-to. There we go. Thank you, Jay. I see you. Hello. Hello, Jay. Thank you. I know exactly what you mean, MP. Upside slippage when you tried to sell and it moved higher on you, didn't it? I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, so I've taken most of my bivvy out. I just don't trust it, because of what it did yesterday. But yeah, I mean, it got all the way up to almost 7. But there's your area right up there. I mean, if you're still holding some, 8 is the area, the next area. Correct, Jay. Yeah, we're going to switch to Discord January 3rd. I think January 3rd is the first trading day in 2023. Look at Stitch. That's a tough one. Stitch Fix. SFIX. An earning play yesterday. He's got a little bit of room, 427 is the next high looking left. Okay, guys, Sentinel had earnings yesterday. It was a really interesting day because initially it had gapped quite pretty far down, actually. It was actually an all-time low at this point, and then it came back and it kind of closed flat. Now it looks like it wants to run a bit. All right, well, I guess we got to talk about it a little bit. GME is actually on the move here, guys. So it had earnings after hours yesterday. There was no reaction. I think it closed about 10 cents down or something from the close, or maybe up here it's a little higher. But anyway, on the move a little bit, some volume coming in for those who want to follow this one. So the high yesterday was 2361, so it's at 2381. So now the next high is 2558. I looked at looked at Carvana earlier today, and it was kind of trying to do a little bit of a comeback. In the pre-market it was just over 4, and I was thinking, I wonder if this will have any sort of a look at the SPY, by the way, guys. Look at the SPY. All right, we're gonna have one of those these days, maybe. That's a gigantic green candle. Second 15-minute candle. AI is alive too. I know you're talking about I think you're talking about the AI. Now I had the one great trade, of course. The summit may not be over, guys. SMMT may not be over, but it's a challenge. It is a challenge. It got over 3 again. It's taking out the high now. Maybe if it takes out this high of 320, it might start to rock again. Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is on the weekly chart. So it looks like the next high is around, well, wait a minute. So it's over the VWAP. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 347. Okay, I see, Jag, I see you had a question, or not a question so much, just a statement. Okay. So guys, again, it's pretty simple, I mean, assuming once we figure out how to get people in more seamlessly than what happened today, I think you'll be happy because everybody tells me the screen resolution is actually better. Certainly the audio is at least the same, if not better, and you still got the same tabs: specific stock, general market, TI questions. I actually added a couple of tabs: pre-market actives, upgrades and downgrades, which I didn't yeah, which I didn't go through because today, because of the problems we were having, but I think it'll be pretty seamless once I get all the steps down in my head. So again, I'll just put the Discord link in again. So because we will be switching to Discord by January the 3rd. Was it halted? Oh, no, 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 it was halted. Okay, well, let's see what happens here. So SMMT was halted. The reason I'm saying no, 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 I was thinking of getting some if it remained over three any length of time, but it's been halted now. And here is your projected open. Okay, 310, 310. That's your projected open. Well, legal, I'm shutting down the other room, the main room. That's the thing. Where question is, and as far as YouTube goes, I'm not sure what we're going to do with YouTube. To be honest, we don't get very many people in there, so I'm not sure what we're going to do. I think there's even a way from within Discord that we can stream to YouTube. So I don't know. So I only have one chat to worry about. Well, yeah, YouTube puts a block on it. I mean, you're right. I mean, if you're talking about the delay, and there is no delay in Discord, I know that. But that's YouTube. I mean, YouTube puts that what 10-second delay or 7-second delay. All right, guys. So SFIX Stitch Fix what was the high last week was 422. So there may not be enough room for this one. Is it really slightly delayed? I thought Pepe said there was no delay, but okay. Well, Bivy, guys, I don't have any more, but Bivy is still looking pretty good after that pullback right to the what? The VWAP, guys. Look at what it did. It pulled right back down to the VWAP, 635. VWAP held it, and now it's bouncing off it. All right, Summit just opened. Summit just opened, and okay, we're at yesterday's high now. Summit's at yesterday's high. Didn't have a massive pop from the halt. So yesterday's high was 320, so it's just a little bit above that. Okay, so less than a second delay, I can handle that. Okay, I think that's we don't even know it. Okay, Handman, I can help you there. And welcome, by the way. No, it's not really a delay. Exactly. All right, I'm going to put my home page, Handman, into, you're going to see the link. Okay, so when you click on my link, now I don't know if you've done the Let's Get Started first. Okay, that's the first thing everybody should do when they take out a subscription first time. Okay, the Let's Get Started. I don't know if you've done that. You might not have to do it all, but it goes through the download and installation. There are 10 videos, 10 short videos. Takes about 30 minutes. I mean, it runs through the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. So my first question to you, have you done that? That's my first question. Have you done that? And hopefully you can hear me. So this was even yesterday, Jay, trying to, or just today, getting the screen to load in Discord. You say you could never. Oh, okay, just today. So you still can't, get in. Hmm. Man, I don't know why that's happening. How some can get in, no problem, and others can't. Yeah, Ija says he. Um, yeah, I don't know. Browser, I don't know. Somebody said they were trying to use the browser and the app, and I think they said using the app was better. Legal is more flexible. That's why it's more flexible. There's one reason. But he said, why would we switch? All right, guys. Okay, another rat-tat-tat. That means something has been halted. LCFY. So, Handman, did you hear me? Maybe you didn't hear me. Well, guys, as somewhat predicted, the PHVS Look where it's stalled. 501. What did we say? Looking left? Right there. That was the, I said it had room to 5. And then after that, it might suffer from all that resistance up here. And that's exactly what happened. Beyond meat, guys, beyond meat. For whatever reason, this is just had a great little run. Yeah, so INFN, I mentioned this one early on. It's not too bad. It's probably going to, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it because of that float, 212 million in the float. And Smith and Wesson is SWBI. I mentioned this one earlier, trying to come back after a bad earnings report, or at least a reaction to it. And that was yesterday, SWBI. You can see how it's trying to come back. 1074 was the high yesterday. Yeah, design still looks, you know what? I'm going to keep an eye on this one if it breaks through 7. Got down to what? 688, 691. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. If it takes out 7, I may get in and reshorted. Oh, here's another one, guys. So Rackspace. Boy, I remember Rackspace used to be a lot hot, a lot more expensive. Where was it? Take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, 25. Did he do a spin-off or something? Anyway, all-time low now for Rackspace, RXT. Yes, absolutely. We're G triple I still running. So Rackspace right here is an all-time low, showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Right here, 10-day daily breakdown, 340. So I am going to be paying a lot of attention to this one. CTLT, okay, from Zach. CTLT, or was that CFLT? I know you've got CFLT as in your topping play, so yeah, let's see. LCFY just opened after its halt. All right, guys, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this summit again, SMMT, see if it gets back up to this 320 level. I'll put an alert there. Roll, if I roll from Zach. So yesterday's high was 1304. That's basically where it is. And after that, we've got 1390. Boy, there's some room for this fro. What's the volume like? Volume's great, 4.8 times normal. It's a big float. Okay, so I do see that the AI has got a long going on rent. My issue with it would be this two level. Okay, so I mean the alert's at 185, and my issue would be the two level. I just don't think it's going to have enough room. I'm going to regret probably getting rid of the bivy, but it's been so erratic the last couple of, well, the one day anyway. Well, just look at it at two also. I mean, look at all the action right around two. There's all this on the daily chart. Yeah, so I just I have my, see right there, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, kind of, all in this area around two. That's my feeling. Jose, are you talking about in Discord? I don't know what you mean by that. No video, no audio for 20 seconds? Don't know what you mean by that exactly. I was going to suggest for those of you liking the sub $1 stocks, but it looks like this is a VBIV on the move here, but looks like there's a lot of resistance. But from where are you talking about? You're talking about in the main room, in this room, because that might be on your end, because I don't, that's typically not what anybody ever says. So it might be on your end with your system. Well, Grumpy, yeah, but that's why that's an added feature. That's why we never went to Discord before. I have no idea. We have so many people always asking us, why don't you guys have a Discord room? And one of the reasons was the screen sharing, but now screen sharing is completely allowed now. Just like this. There it is. I don't know what these guys are doing, but well, it's right here. There it is. Yeah, so Jose, I think it's on your end, okay? Because otherwise everybody would be saying the same thing. Okay? Maybe do a refresh or something. Summit is trying to maybe do its thing again. Been a little bit erratic. Got up to 324. Yeah, I made it. Well, I don't want to say I made a mistake, but I'm out of the bivy just because it was so jumpy yesterday, and I did not want to get nailed on some massive sell off. So, but I did okay. Histogram looks great. Okay. Haven't had a chance to even look at any of these. Yeah, Momo. So Momo is interesting. I mean, of course, it's China. How's KWeb doing right now? Yeah, so KWeb, you look at Momo, probably looking about the same in terms of pattern. So if you're going to play any China stock, my suggestion is to have KWeb up and running also. Okay, guys, I'm just sort of keeping an eye on this Summit SMMT. See, the Express really kind of collapsed after that massive run in the pre-market with their news, earnings. Not so much an earnings play, but the news, but really giving it up now. This is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier when it took out the VWAP at 197. That's interesting. The AI just picked up Pro. Okay, so use the browser, the web browser, as opposed to the app regarding Discord. Okay, okay, Harry. All right, if Fro takes this out again, I'm going to stick an alert up here for Fro 1313. See if it takes out the high because it still has some room. 1390 is the next high. Wow, Bivy. Oh man, that's a bit on the table in this one. This is what I wanted to do yesterday. And if you were in the room yesterday, I mean, it just, well, it's hard to tell in that 15, but it just kind of chopped up and down, up and down, up and down. Never wanted to take out that 615, 620 level with any force. What's your play for today, Ija? I don't see you mentioned anything. You had a great one yesterday, VOR, talking to Ija from our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm getting some direct messages too. Now that will stop, okay? Just so you know. Um, but I now I understand what's happening. I'm seeing we're getting some hi Asheville. I'm not ignoring people. It's just the and hello to a Paraque. Yeah, January 3rd, the first trading day of the month in the new year. So natural gas futures moving higher. SPWH is an earnings play, guys. This is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Okay, so Nokia launches the second phase of its buyback program. Too many shares in the float. I mean, takes too much to move this. Remember the RNAS from yesterday, guys? Remember that one? Bye bye. Canceled their offering. Stock soared from 41 cents all the way up to 119. Closed just under a dollar, but now fading. Interesting that Bivy won two races here. Okay. Keep an eye on the summit, guys. It's still holding three. I think if it can take out this high up here, maybe yesterday's high even, maybe it doesn't have to necessarily take out today's high. It might have a run in it. I like to see that, but the histogram you see is kind of fading a little bit. Like to see a nice pop. Remember EZPW from yesterday? Another big down day for it yesterday. This was not an earnings play. I can't remember why this happened. 819 was the low, but there's the 200-day. So I don't think it has enough room. Boy, this is a pretty, had earnings on the 9th. Oh, that's a month ago now for Beyond Meat. I don't even remember what the reaction was. Let's see, post market. So that would have been reaction on the 10th then, right here, right here. So this is the earnings play for Beyond Meat. Yeah, pretty decent reaction. Had a few nice days, but then it just went right back down. For some reason, it's just been moving. I haven't seen anything about, a major chain adding them or anything like that, but mhm. What's the volume like for Summit here? So 21 million. I mean, it had incredible volume days, of course, the last 2 days. This day was 100 and what? 156 million. Yesterday was around 100 million. Today is 21. It seems puny, but 21 million compared to when you look at what it used to trade. So 21 times normal. Keeping an eye on that fro for a 13 break again. Okay, so remember I was talking about the histogram for Summit, SMMT. I've talked about it. I usually take a look at the histograms in the afternoon when there's just more data, but let's get a big 15-minute chart up here and I'll show you what I'm talking about. And again, I know this is not available yet for you guys. Don't know when it's going to become available. I really don't. But you see the histogram. So the idea behind the histogram is that when you get big bars, now this is going to be skewed because we're looking at yesterday, but big, like a big extension of a bar. The theory is that there are more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns on a ratio basis. Okay, just listening to the guy. But I'm looking at the histogram here and it's starting to fade a little bit, just a little bit. And you can kind of see what's happening. Look at these topping tails. Look at the topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, the buyers had it up to 325. Sellers closed it down here at 3. Buyers had it up to 317. Sellers closed it down here at 307. Buyers tried again, got it up to 318. This candle will probably tell if we get down below 3 again, probably you're going to lose a lot of confidence for new people coming in. But, all bets are off if it takes out this high here. What you'd like to see, I'd love to see a big pop in that histogram, get something then moving higher. Hmm. It's hard for me to now look at Bivy. Bivy now, guys, is coming into that resistance area of 8. Let's see what it does. You've got two, we've got A high of 826 and we have a high of 794. The next two highs looking left. No news. No, okay, guys, here's the summit. Now back up. Okay, interesting. Well, for a stock like Bivy, which has got such a low float, you just have to keep paying attention, okay, to it. I have no profit target, on something like that. The only thing, I mean, I should still be in it, okay? I don't mean I should be in everything, like all of it, but I would just be, you have to be aware of where the next high is all the time, but because of the float, 7 million in the float, and the history behind this one, I don't mean the news history, just the way it can trade, all of a sudden, the buying just stops, and it can sink like a stone. So, son of a, yeah, I just got halted. Sugar. I wanted to get that. That's okay. I was answering your question, BP2. That's what happens sometimes, but that's okay. That's okay. I wanted to take this one right at that 320 break, and it just got halted now. So if you're in a stock like a Summit also, any one of these really low float situations, I don't put profit targets on anything. I'm just aware of where I think a stock could stall. So it's not like I'm saying I get in this trade and I'm looking. The only thing I do is before I take a trade, I have to, in my mind, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay. So I get into a trade and I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work. Let's make the math super simple. So if I got into a trade and my stop was 20 cents away, I have to. So when I look, okay, first I click on the chart, or I click on the symbol. I look at the chart and I determine, do I want to take this trade or not? If I do take this trade, where would I put my stop? And so let's say the stop is 20 cents below. I have to be able to look above, and I have to have at least what I would consider clear sailing until at least 40 cents above the current price. Okay. Now, how would I determine that? Because if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade, 1 for 2. Okay. The ratio is the same. I don't care. So if you're talking about a $100 stock, a 50, doesn't really matter as long as the ratio, works for me. So how do I determine where if I have a reasonable expectation? Well, if I'm looking above, like a bivy, obviously the next high was way up here, so that's not even an issue. I'd be looking to see where the 200-day moving average is, and I'd be looking to see where the VWAP was also. Okay, on any trade I'm in. So, for instance, if I'm looking at a trade and it looks interesting, and I can see where my stop would be, and then I look above and I see that the 200-day is not far away, I wouldn't take the trade, as an example. So, it's I don't know if you call that a price target, but it has to be at least a 1 for 2 before I'm going to take the trade. Now, it can keep going and going and going. One of the ways which you can do something looking at taking profit. And you can't do this if you're in, so many trades at the same time, I guess. I'm very rarely in more than two at a time at the same time. But let's just, again, we'll make the math easy again. Let's just say I was in a trade, I had a 10-cent stop. So I could put on the chart, I could put a line, a horizontal line at my 2 to 1. Okay. I put a horizontal line at my 2 to 1. And then every 10-cent increment above, I can put horizontal lines. So hopefully this is making sense, because then what would happen is that, assuming the stock gets to my 2 to 1, now my next one will be hopefully a 3 to 1. But if it stalled there and I sort of moved back down towards my 2 to 1, I'd probably take some out for sure. But if it broke through the 3 to 1, then I'd have another line for a 4 to 1 and a 5 to 1, being really super optimistic. So as it gets in between those profit levels, I'm still in the trade. If it moves down to the previous profit level, I'd probably take some out. So imagine, I mean, I'm just going to draw some. So here's now. Imagine again. I'm just drawing these lines just to show you what I'm talking about. So I established these lines. So let's just say for fun that that line right there I'd be in a 1 for 2, and then here I'd be in a 1 for 3. Here I'd be in a 1 for 4. Okay, again, risk reward, risking 10 cents at this point. Again, this is not for this particular stock. I'm just trying to show an example. So let's say, for argument's sake, in this point for BIVI, if it hit that first line, I'd be in a 1 for 2 profit situation, and it keeps moving higher. Now I'm in a 1 for 3, but if it stopped here and started to move back down to the 1 for 2, I'd be taking some out for sure. Okay. Oh my goodness, SMM&T. I'm so pissed off. Did I say that right? Oh man. Oh well, it's halted again. And I'm sorry for saying a mildly bad word. Oh well. Now there are others, MP2, which will have like a moving average, an ADMA or something on the 15-minute chart. So as long as it doesn't, breach it, you're still in the trade. And there's no right or wrong way. Yeah, so some might say, okay, there, for instance, there's the eight. I mean, now this is a real wild one, but there's, that orange line on my 15-minute chart is the ADMA. So some will say, well, stay in it until it breaks it. Wow. Well, remember when I was talking about this, I was talking about the topping tails. Now remember that 15-minute candle at one point, the one that really got it going was a topping tail. It was down. So we had three topping tails in a row. And then I said, all bets are off though if it takes out the high there. And that's exactly what happened. And now who knows where it's going. Let's back this out. If you're in this trade, lucky you. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. There's that. So, I mean, the next highs, I mean, way up here. Oh man. If you're in this trade, your next highs are around 5. And I'm not saying it's going to get to 5, but your weekly chart, lots of action right at 5. All right, guys. Well, as I'll talk about trade ideas in a little bit more general terms right now. Never got an answer back from Handman. So this helps me. If anybody asks a question, it really helps to know whether or not you can hear me when you ask the question. So I'm not talking into the ether. Where am I going to put this in? I'm going to start. So I'm going to put it into the Discord room. We get used to doing this. Okay, guys. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I mean, I had a great look at PHVS earlier, and I'm looking at Fro right now. This could be interesting later. You don't have to take on an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, you'll get the 15% discount for the first month only. After that, this is what you pay. But at any time, if you want to upgrade or take out an annual, you want to go from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 15%. Keep an eye on the Fro, guys. FRO breaking over 13 again. And as you scroll down, so if you take out a subscription, you must do this. Let's get started, okay? 10 short videos. It goes for like starts off with the download and installation, your first login, etc. Okay. I do a stock of the day video every day, and that's free, of course. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Let me just see how it did or it's doing. I don't think it's triggering. No, not triggering. I think the trigger was 960, but close this morning, but it did not trigger. And this is free. Education. We've got a lot of education in this link here. So if you click on the link, the education link, this is the user guide. Here's the getting started that I talked about, the 10 short videos. This is an alert window. This is a top list window, and this is TI stock racing. Concentrate on these 3, okay, before you look at anything else. And you don't have to learn everything that we have in our guide, of course. I think afterwards, you probably should know how to put a price alert on a chart. You probably want to be able to put maybe sound alerts on your individual scanner. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at because you can have a distinct sound every window. But you don't have to learn everything at once. But definitely what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is. There's that getting started again. So the daily support sessions, today's Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that. I take a break between 12 and 1. So it should be Steve. I will confirm that. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Here's the free trading room and the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all here. The webinars next week will be on Tuesday, Thursday. We were on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week, but you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos about trade ideas. And also, if you're new to trading, cannot emphasize this enough. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Short videos, what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. This is a free resource, okay? People ask all the time, well, are there any good books on trading? I would look at this. I mean, it's so simple. And I think he put it, and Michael works at Trade Ideas, so this is not a third party. You're not going to get inundated with ads or anything like that. And my scans, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. You've heard me talk about the halts and resumes, the breakouts and the breakdowns. These are the two races that you see. Okay, so I've got some scans that I am sharing. So if you decide that you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then use this code. The room will get credit for it. The rooms are free, of course, so company always likes to know that the rooms are being used, and that's a way. And yes, I do get a little compensation myself. Okay, so save my link when I take out a subscription, but also, I change my scans up from time to time, and this education section I think is really good. What I've tried to do on my homepage is put most of the information that you would ever want to see instead of having to go to our homepage and kind of sift through everything. I try to put everything here and of course in my scans. Okay. So are you talking about the 12 to 1 session, Nebo? Because it doesn't, I will share it. I'll put the link in just before I take my break. I mean, I can put it in now, but there's no point in going over there now. But Steve will be there. What time is it now? 10:55 in about an hour. Okay. If that's what you're talking about. But again, there's no point. You're in the main room. Okay, so yeah, so there is the link, but again, you can save the link and then click on it later because Steve is not there until noon. When you say support, I mean, you can ask me questions also, okay? The other guys are a little more swing trade, well, a lot more into swing trading than I am, though I think they're seeing the light that swing trading in this environment not the easiest, so they are doing a lot more, shall we call it day trading. All right, so I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Ah, Michael, you're such a mean-spirited individual. I'm talking to Michael Noss. He's in our Discord room right now, and he's talking about shorting AMC, first sign of weakness. Well, I guess he's already shorted it. So guys, I was showing you the scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of other scans that we have created. So if you're brand new, a couple of things. Of course, you can take my scans, and if you like the look of them and all, and you can make some changes. But we also have a lot of scans here. If I click on new from our toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So all I'm trying to show you here, because I'm not obviously, going through A to Z about how to use trade ideas in that user guide. I just want to show you a couple of things though. So for instance, if you click on a channel, this is the momentum channel. Now this is a scan that I am sharing my homepage. This alert window called momentum. Okay. So when you see, if you like the idea of this channel, now how are you going to know if you like the idea? Well, right click, configure, and summary. This is going to tell you exactly what this scan is looking for. So in this case, and we are a scanner, okay? There with a lot of there are a lot of screeners out there. We like to differentiate ourselves. This is the screening aspect, the filters. So for instance, in this particular scan, we're looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volumes at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day, 11 o'clock. Minimum 100,000 shares. These are the two key filters: 1,000% of normal in the last minute in terms of volume, and 400% in the last 5 minutes in terms of volume. Okay, so typically when you click on an alert, you're going to see a big volume thrust. So if a stock meets all of these screening requirements, and in this particular case, it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 10:56 for FLL at 8:14. If I click on FLL right now, it'll load in here. And if it makes another new high, but the volume has to be there too. Okay, the volume increase. It's not just a matter of making a new high. But you can see what happens. It's not a bad look. The Full House Resorts, to take a look at that later. So if you like this scan, okay, if you like this one, so if you right click and you want to make it part of your layout. So this is what you should do. You take it, right click, and you duplicate it into a free floating window. What you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. Now you can take it and you can save it to the cloud. Now, the first thing I would do first, though, before you do that, and I keep forgetting. In fact, today we have a marketing meeting. I'm going to ask Michael if you can hear me. I think they should get rid of this symbol linking in the dock window, personally. Causing a lot of people problems when they take these scans out of these windows, and then they say, well, wait a minute, it's not loading into my chart. So anyway, this is what you have to do. If you go, you have to go to the symbol linking, and it'll say dock window, because what it's doing is what it's trying. Well, I know what's exactly what it's doing. When you click on an alert, any alert within this channel here, it's only going to load into these two charts. I understand the concept. I get that. But I don't, but the problem is if you take the scan out and then you click on and you load and you keep it as part of your layout and you have charts, it won't load into your chart because you have to do this. You right click, symbol linking, and then you have to check link to all. Now checking link to all, it'll also load here, but it'll also, you can't see it, but it's loading in my charts underneath. Then you save it to the cloud, okay? Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to your cloud. Now, that's if you like it exactly the way we've got it. But you may look at it and go, okay, right click, configure, and summary. And you may think, well, I love the concept, but I want a different price range. No problem. You just click on that price icon. You see it says 1 in 50. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. Click OK. Now see how it has changed to 10 and 100. I can say OK. And so all I'm trying to show you is if you like the scan exactly the way we've created it, you can save it to the cloud, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. Okay, there's GMS popping up a bit. Okay. So you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that you like. But I do caution you, do not have so many alert windows, so many top list windows up and running, such that you're clicking like mad on symbols all day long and getting nothing done. Okay. And all of this is in the guide. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to show you absolutely every aspect of trade ideas, just trying to give you a little overview. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. If I right click, configure, now instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. And And you see here, these are all of the real-time alerts that we have, okay? Is at the top, the new high, new lows of the day, but we have a lot of real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2001, they decided, or they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough alerts and filters so that the vast majority of our customers could, find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all. So don't, we get that question a lot. Your program is too hard. How can I possibly learn all this? You don't have to. And let me try to answer this one question from Jonathan P. in our when putting in a horizontal drawing line, is there a way to enter the price on the right-hand side rather than dragging the line to a spot price on the right? No. In other words, yeah, I think I understand what you mean. So if I right click and mark up horizontal line, now of course what you're saying is that you're trying to eyeball it and then when you do that exercise, it's going to put it there. No, there's no way that I know that you can do what you're trying to do. In other words, somehow enter the price on the right-hand side. Where would you enter the price on the right-hand side, though? I'm not sure I understand. You mean maybe in this section where it says markup horizontal, and then there's when you click on it, maybe there's a little pop-up that says the price you want? Because no, yeah, no, there's no way to do that. I don't think that's something, I mean, you can request it as a, but I don't think that'll, quite frankly, ever happen. So eBet got halted, I see. eBet got halted. Okay, so this is the crazy sub. Michael Noss, where are you? eBet, EBET. Now that it's a success with your RNAS yesterday. I'm talking to Mike. Well, I don't know if Michael can hear me. I saw he posted something in our Discord room. So I did not know you had a full-time job, Ija. Okay, guys, so here's the rent. Now, I was saying that it looked like there was a lot of resistance around two. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe it'll pop right through it. I've not talked about API, Ija. No, I've not talked about API. I haven't seen that one. Rent the runway. Don't know if anybody else has talked about it in the room. I can't recall. Okay, I have to do click on another symbol and then get back to the API so I can see single stock. Yeah, sometimes you just have to do a refresh or something. Anyway, float is 95 million. China stock. Okay, so it's a China stock. So like most China stocks moving, Okay, I want to talk a little bit. Oh, I mean, there's rent. I mean, listen, I may be completely wrong. It may just blast right through two and not care about what I think. And the next high would be 217 or so. And then seems like a lot of resistance right around 232. But if it got from 2 to 232, that'd be awesome. I want to talk a little bit about this race that you see here, and you see that rent is running the top. So, and I'm sharing these two races. All right. So a race always originates from a top list window. Okay, so that's how you can create your own races. But I'm sharing these two races. If I open the top list window that this race is based on, this is what the top list is looking for. So any stock between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so that's how a stock will make it into this list. Now, here's the idea behind the races. Oops. Ugh, felt it on the way up again, SMFT. Oh boy, I missed the boat on this one. That's a tough one to swallow, guys. Oh well. Um, before we had the races, what the top list windows, what its function was, is that you could, for instance, if you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close, you would, if you had that as a header, one of the filters, these are just filters, okay? So that is a change from the close. So if I double left click, I can see that PHVS is up the most from yesterday's close. Rent now is 45%, etc. Okay. I like to see the change from the open, the opening trade of the day. Summit up 59%. Okay. 29% from rent, etc. All well and good. But how are you going to use that to help you trade? I mean, if I stare at this 59.4, maybe it's going to change to 60 and 61 and 62, and I can see that it's moving. Great, but that'd be a crazy way to have to do it. Or what if one of these ones, look at Dada down here, okay? Dada, where is it now? Dada, right there, 7.2% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to really move? Now it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15% from the open. Well, if you're just staring at the top ones here, first of all, you'll never know that, okay? You'll never, ever be able to see a stock that is moving. And that's where the races come in. As I said, if a stock is between $1 and $50 and it has a minimum 200,000 shares traded and up 2% from the close, this race right here will pick up the stocks that are moving the most from when the race started. So every stock, so the stock that is up the most for the day, it doesn't matter. If it's not moving, you're not going to see it in this race. If it continues to move, you'll see it. But so what happens is when the race starts, and I run 4-minute races, I'm 1 minute into this 4-minute race right now. Bivy, what does that 2% mean? It means that since the race started, and now it's down to 1.74%, it's moved 1.74% since the race started. Okay, and what will happen over the course of your race duration? Stocks will kind of move up and down, jockeying for position, just like a real race. And what the cool thing is at the end of a race, a winner is declared. And that's why you see this top 10 list. So why I think this is really, really important for new traders is that because, it can be very, very difficult. What should I watch? Even if I only have a few alert windows, what should I watch? Well, I think this is a great way to just focus on, you could focus on these 10 stocks all day long. Now, this list could change, obviously, if some other stock, I mean, okay, first of all, what the number means, rent means 4 beside it, means that it won 4 races today. Summit has won 4 races today, Bivy 3, etc. Okay. If some other stock wins a race, you won't see it here if it's the first one, but if it wins another race, it'll knock, you'll see it because it'll move ahead, obviously, of the stocks that have only won one race. Okay. So it can be dynamically changing, but really, if you concentrate on the ones that win the most races, I mean, that's not a bad thing to do because sometimes what happens is, for instance, Summit, you might look at this and go, oh man, I missed the boat on this one. Yeah, we did. But you might think, okay, what if it pulls back to the VWAP? Pulls back to a certain or to a certain price that you think, you might like to take a look at the trade. Maybe it's a moving average, maybe it's the VWAP. It's one of those things though that you just because the stock is as maybe even if it doesn't win another race for the whole day, look at it EXPR. You might look at this and go, I wonder if it's bottoming out. It looks like these little bottoming tails there. Well, why don't you put an alert at 172 and see what happens if it takes that out? Now, the issue here, though, is that the VWAP is at 189. And if I'm confusing you because you're brand new to trading, well, that's why you've got to practice trading. Okay. And there's a lot that goes into the art of trading. But that's what I'm trying to say, though, is that, the stocks on this list can be watched all day long. You might look at Momo. I mean, Momo is classic right now. There's the VWAP right there, 687. It appears to be holding. You can kind of see that if it can take out 7 again, maybe 715 again, it could get rolling again. It's consolidating here. So you could put a price alert at 718 and just see what happens. If it hits that price, it doesn't mean you automatically take the trade, but at least you know that it's at a level that it might be very interesting to take a hard look at it. Now, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race. Okay, you see a stock starting to move up, click on it. Especially if you haven't seen it before. Eventually if you stare at these races long enough, maybe you'll see a new stock that you haven't seen at all. Okay. Now, the difference between these two races, these are a lot, the stocks you're going to see here are going to be a lot more volatile than the ones you see here. You will see some you can see some big percentage moves here. I mean, there's 2.6%, but you can see moves of 5, 10, 15% sometimes. You will not see that typically here. The reason why is that these are more large cap stocks. What I did was I added a couple of filters. I put 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum 50 million float, 50. Okay. So you will not see stocks that are moving as dramatically here. But, problem with these, of course, is that, yeah, they can go up pretty quickly, but they can go down just as quickly or even more quickly. So, this is very volatile. I'm not saying there's no volatility here, but they're a little more easy on the psyche. Okay. All right, guys, let's see what's shaking here. So the summit is so it had a little bit of a drop, the SMMT, a little bit of a drop. Let's see if it reclaims $4. Okay, well, again, guys, moment of truth right now for rent. I mean, it's hanging around this 2 mark. And keep your eyes on the fro, all right? The fro has got room. And when I use that phrase a lot, has room. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at a daily chart, And if it gets back up, over 13 and all, well, you look left on that daily chart, the next high is 1390. So that constitutes having room for me. I mean, if a stock, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1390, but somebody asked earlier, profit targets and all that. So, I mean, if I were to take this trade at 13, the high here, 1313 as an example, and if I thought, okay, I want to put my stop at 13, I do not want to see it go below 13. So I have a 13-cent stop on it, right? If I take the trade at 1313, then I have a 13-cent stop. My next step is I have to make sure that I have a reasonable expectation of making 26 cents on this trade. If I'm going to risk 13 cents, I have to have an expectation, a reasonable expectation of making a 1-for-2 risk reward. So obviously, if I get in at 1313, excuse me, I have to have an expectation of getting at least a 1339 before I take the trade. So how do I make that determination? I mean, I don't know what's going to get there. I mean, nobody knows, you get into a trade, it's not necessarily are they going to work. But I look left and the next high is 1390. Well, that's quite a bit above 1336 or 1339. So I have a reasonable expectation of making a 2-to-1 if I took this trade at 1313. Some, some demand a 1-for-3. It's up to you. I've been a 1-for-2 guy. But there are some that will say no, I won't take a trade unless I have an expectation, a reasonable expectation of making a 1-for-3 on a risk reward. And there's your summit again. All right, guys. Well, obviously, rent is not listening to me, so it is through that 2 level. And the next high is 218. And then I would think, I mean, look, I may be completely wrong on this. 230 is the next, what I call pretty stern looking resistance, but this is a great move now. And, there's the AI. So, I mean, you look overall, but, 185 to 211 is 13%, 13.9%. And earlier on, the PHVS, yeah, you had the alert at 427 and it got all the way up to 5, I think. And then that's why I'm talking about the Fro. So I like the ones that are under $20. That's a personal preference of mine. If I'm paying attention, I use the AI like a watch list. Boy, this is continuing down. This was an AI short yesterday, guys. It was an incredible short. I think the trigger was around 63 and it got down to $48. It was a short. Oh, that's weird. Give me a moment. I'm trying to do the history of yesterday, and it's okay. This is today, history, yesterday, and it's taking me to the 6th instead of the 7th. Hmm. Michael, can you see what I've done there? I don't know if you're still in the Discord room. I did a history of the AI yesterday, but it's taking me the day before that instead of yesterday. I wanted to show them the short alert for MRTX. All right, guys, 11:24. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Just give me a moment, please, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Man, Summit is just still looking strong, guys. Ooh, what's happening with this one? METC, coal mining, METC, not an earnings play. There's a green bar ignored actually on the 15-minute chart. You have those two red candles. You have that green candle totally engulfed by that previous 15-minute candle. The next candle is red. And so you look at it this way, there's a downtrend, little pause in the downtrend, and then the downtrend looks like it wants to continue. However, let's take a look left and see what we have. See, to me, it's just a little too close. There's 1024 and then there's 10. Just to me, it's just a little too close to, which could be some or support. So, I don't want to take this short. MCG, what are you doing? MCG, okay, this has got some room. Also, MCG has got room to about the 446 mark. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but when you look left, not very much volume. It's trading 2.5 times normal, but the actual volume is not that much. So, 39 million in the float. So, not a high float, not crazy low. Well, there's your API, Ija. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume on that 15-minute chart. Look, I'm sorry, that's the histogram. But the volume is increasing a little bit, but that's a histogram. Again, this is a China stock. All right, guys. So I'm going to put the Discord link in again so that people who don't know, we are going to be moving. It's some bugs and perhaps iron out, but I'll have that done by January 3rd. Okay, there is the Discord link. I am monitoring both rooms today. Yeah, I took some out. I couldn't. Triple I. I took some out. So again, this is what it'll look. Well, you won't see all this, but these are the tabs that you should be able to see. You'll see my screen. You hear me, and same tabs as I've got in the main room. Okay, and the main room will be shutting down, and we'll be using this room starting January 3rd. Okay, so try to get used to it. I don't think we just, for some reason, we had difficulty with some people trying to get in. I don't know why. Might have been an error on my part, unlocking the room. I thought I had, but no, GME, some resilience, guys. There's the VWAP. So on GME, the VWAP held 2362 or so. How's AMT doing? No, AMT is definitely not even remotely like GME right now. GME had earnings yesterday. Nothing special, of course. They lost a little bit more than the analysts thought they would, but really not a big reaction. You can see after hours, not a big reaction one way or the other. Another China stock on the move here, guys. but coming right into that 200-day. Very close, 783, 743, about 40 cents away. I know I mentioned this one almost right when the market opened. INFN. See, this is an example, of a less volatile stock. Why? Because look at the float, 212 million in the float. So you generally are not going to get wild fluctuations. You don't get the huge moves. Not that 14% is anything to sneeze at, but of course, a lot of that was in the gap already. But you guys talking about Tesla. Oh, I can't answer that, Leonardo. If I build and size a layout on a laptop, will it load and look small on the desktop? Um, I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I guess it depends how big is your desktop monitor. I really don't know. All I can say is try it, save it. So save the layout on your laptop, and then when you have trade ideas, of course, on your desktop, just load the layout and see what happens. Yeah, so I really don't know. I don't know what'll happen, but you can size it. You see, what you can do, so you know how to save your layout, right? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You know how to save your layout, save it to the cloud. So, okay, so create your layout on your laptop, save it to the cloud, then go to your desktop, load the layout, see what it looks like. But you can always adjust the size. Okay, once it's on your desktop, you can always adjust it and then save it. Summit, guys, Summit is on the move again. SMMP is on the move again. So does that make sense, Leonardo? I mean, because I can't tell you, I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's not that big a deal because I wouldn't think so. I mean, your trading style is your trading style. It shouldn't be dictated by whether you're using a layout on a laptop or a desktop. If I mean, that would, wow. So I would doubt that they have separate layouts. I mean, because you create your layout on your laptop, save it to the cloud, and then load it onto your desktop. And if it's very small, just expand the windows and then save it in that fashion on your laptop, on your desktop. So you've got the same layout because in theory, you want to have the same trading style. It shouldn't be dictated by whether you're using a laptop or a desktop, in my opinion, anyway. So again, just to put a stamp on it, I would never, and Pepe is saying it should resize proportion. I would never think like this. Okay, if I'm using a laptop, I can only have this. I can only trade in this way. But if I'm using my desktop, then I can trade. I can look at a different way to trade. I would never ever think that way. But Pepe is saying it should resize proportionally. Just do it. Okay, like literally, just create your layout on your laptop, save it, go to your desktop, load the layout that you saved in the cloud, see what it looks like. Ah, okay. Arnaz is starting to move again, guys. This was the wild one from yesterday. Now let's see if it gets over $1 again. RNAZ. Oh, I haven't seen sober for a while. Rephrase that. SOBR. You haven't seen this symbol for a while. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Okay, guys, there's your fro. To and fro right here. So I'm just confirming it's going to be Steve. You like that one, Jesse? All right, guys. Well, starting to fade a little bit here. Just a little personal thing. About 2:30 this morning, my time, power went off, which is okay, but then it came back on, and went back off, came back on. And what happened is our little robot vacuum cleaner kept firing up and down. And so I haven't had a lot of sleep. Lights kept coming on, off, on. It was really weird looking outside, and the whole area was just dark. So that will be what Armageddon looks like. Yeah, you know that PHVS, it's still pretty strong. This could get real. I mean, take a look at it over 5. Let's take a look at that 5 level. Yeah, I mean, if it can get over 5, then the next highs are around that 6 level. And this is all about phase 2 data. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know how extensive. I mean, I'm sure Zach has shorts at Centerpoint, but I don't know how extensive other or how many shorts are available to other brokerages. None at IB. Fro guys, Fro, FRO has the room. And the answer to the question, will it be Steve in our YouTube room? Yes, it will be. So this is one of the things that we're going to be able to do. Instead of sending you guys to YouTube, we'll just have another tab here. You know, call it the 12 to 1, 12 to 1 tab or whatever. So when I leave for my break between 12 and 1, instead of you're having to go to YouTube, you can just click on the tab here and can listen to who's ever in the room between 12 and 1. There's 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So it's just going to be the new room. Okay. That's all. So if you want to go there now, I'm moderating. It'll start January. Well, I mean, I'm already in here now. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but we'll be leaving the old room and going to this room starting January 3rd. And again, it's really kind of no big deal for you guys. I mean, it's a bit of a learning curve for me, but you'll see my screen exactly the same way. You'll hear me. And the only difference is, I mean, here are the tabs that you're used to, the specific stock, general market, TI questions, etc. No, no, it's not YouTube. This is Discord. This is wait, moving to Discord, yes. But not today. Okay. I've got the room up and running. So you want to head over there just to check it out to see. Only reason to check it out is just, to see how you can get into it. I know there were some issues this morning. I don't know why exactly, but just to get into it, just get the feel for it. So, between now and the end of the month, we'll be able to, I'll be, constantly telling people that we're going to be doing the move. And as I understand it, it'll be easier to get into that room than into this room where you've got to go through a few clicks. We've always had that issue. People get upset. Upset's maybe too strong a word, but as I understand it, with Discord, you'll have that link. And you can save the link to get in, and boom, you're in. I think you might have to click the rocket emoji just to let it know that you're not a robot, and that's it. Ah, okay. So we have a swap. So Steve said yes, and then Andy popped in and said no. So it'll be Andy in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay. So just click on that link, Jesse. When will they try? Not sure. I mean, obviously, we have to have more people in Discord knowing to go there because, but I'll be honest, we don't get very many people on YouTube. So, but certainly by January, certainly. I'm going to assume that we'll have about the same number of people, maybe more, because I think it's easy for you guys to invite people if you want into the room. Correct. Yeah, it's going to replace this. Yes. But again, it looks the same. You still have the same tabs. You'll see my screen and you'll hear me. Well, Discord is a known commodity out there, as you know, and so that is why. Well, there's a few reasons, but I think another benefit is people have told me I can't seem to do it on my. I don't see the icon, but you can take my video and pop it out. and then you can, put it anywhere you want and also resize it however you want. So that I think is a great feature to have. I think for most, it's going to be like, they're not, I mean, especially if you don't post very much, if you just want to hear me and see the screen, it'll be really no change at all. GME guys, I mean, gotta hand it to it. It's got some little bit of power here. Next high looking left is 25.58. So it's got about $1 to that next high. The money line just got halted for news. The money line, ML. Ugh, Vivi just made another new high. Yeah, I don't know, Zach. This summit is certainly still strong, pretty strong here. It's tenaciously trying to hold on to that 4 level. All right, let's see if anything is sneaking in here. Well, there's the one from IJA API. KWE, oh, that's right. This is the one that had the IPO yesterday. CABA, CABA. So I love ones that just break out over a whole number. Don't see any resistance nearby. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. Wow. Oh yeah, I remember this one now. Ton of room, guys. This has been, ever since its horrible week when it went from 12 down to 4 and kept drifting down, 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 down. It's only, about 6 weeks ago that it saw some, I mean, this was under $1. Oof. Well, if you'd had the faith in this one, there's a 10 times right there. If you said, you know what, I think this is coming back. You buy a whack at 70 cents, 65 cents or so, $6 now in a month and a half. 2 months. What's the float? 23 million in the float. Okay, so it's a pretty low float. Now it dipped earlier because of a financing, but it shrugged the financing off now. $35 million at 552. So this is pretty impressive, guys. Very impressive. Definitely want to watch this one to see how well it holds this 6. And that is the CABA, C-A-B-A. I think I read somewhere, some of you were talking about that already. Yeah, no, it's way above the financing price. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm going to have a bunch of Red Bulls this afternoon or something. First, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So you can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy for his 1 hour stint between 12 and 1 Eastern. Boy, this is, I mean, this is really interesting, this Kava, guys. I know it's showing up on Zach's topping scan, but all right, Summit SMMT may finally be giving up 4, but it's been pretty resilient. Oh, look at Kava guys go. CABA, look at it go. 614, 617 now. All right, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And there he is. Andrew, how are you, my friend?
Hey, how you doing, buddy? I was hoping you
Pretty.
saw that the message that I was going to fill in.
Yes. Well, I
Okay,
just asked Steve and he said yes, and then
yeah,
2 seconds later you said no.
right. I got thinking it's his long day. He has like the webinar, then 2 meetings in a row after that. So he always I think likes for me to I can switch with him to do it. So I just asked him, "Do you want me to do it
Well,
for
is
you?"
that typical then on Thursday? Why don't you guys just switch then and
Yeah,
make
we
it
can.
permanent?
Yeah, we I've asked him if he wanted to. Uh, we probably will maybe at the first of the year, but
It's up to you, of
all
course.
right. No, yeah, sure, of course, but yeah, I don't mind. Uh,
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go because I am very tired.
oh
I had
yeah,
power. Just give me one moment. I had the
no problem.
power go off in my house. in the whole block anyway at about 2:30 this morning, and lights, and then it comes back on, then it went back off. So the lights came on and off, and my robot vacuum cleaner activated twice. So it was like all
Oh
mayhem.
gosh.
So I couldn't get back to sleep.
Oh
So
man, go get
I've
your
been
little
up since.
nap in, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little nap, I think. So listen,
There
if
you
I
go.
don't show up at 1 Eastern, you know why.
Okay,
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. And
We'll see you, buddy. Bye bye.
okay, bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. This is if you guys are in here for the first time, we just kind of hijack Barry's live stream for an hour. Open it up to any questions that you might have about the software, maybe a configuration you're trying to build, uh, whatever it may be. We'll try to tackle it. If not, it's always good. A lot of traders here. It's always good if you want to ask questions about trading, get a different perspective than what you might get from Barry. So, but anyway, let's start off while we wait for any questions or comments. Looking at the market here, boy, it's kind of a ho hum. Off to a good start after a pullback in the first 15-minute bar, but now we look at the daily here. We're just kind of like in the middle of no man's land, with actually more downward pressure than we have upward pressure. Just looking at the moving averages, we got above, the spies there. So I think a lot of things uh, might be on hold for a lot of news coming next week. So I wouldn't be surprised, see these next couple of days be pretty sloppy. You can't see my screen, huh? Well, let's try this again then. Says I'm sharing. You guys can't see my screen. Okay, let me try again. Let me stop sharing and let's try this again. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I did click that for some reason. I guess when I got back in there, can you hear me now? Okay, now I got two Andys in there. I'm not sure how that happened, but at least we got it going. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Uh, Seeing some familiar names. Bill, Patrick, Perfect Circle. How's everybody doing? Navigating this market okay? All right. So what I was saying earlier when I was on probably mute, if anybody's out there that you came to this session to get any help, this is the place to do it. So yeah, Chop is very sleepy. So if you do have any questions about the software or configuration that you might be working on or anything like that, don't be shy. Just hit me up and we will try to tackle it. But what I was saying about the market is we got a lot of news coming out next week. Just a smorgasbord of data. So it could be sloppy here for the next couple of days. Just no true direction. Waiting on the numbers from next week. I think we got CPI and FOMC. That's man, I think those both on Wednesday. So gosh, yeah, it could be slow, but there's been some opportunity. I've been finding lots of opportunity in the China stocks. So, but did take a lot of profits this morning on that move, just because that seems to be the thing to do these days. If you get a nice move, bang some out. Hi, Iris. How are you? I got kind of fortunate. I held some Momo last night, overnight. It's one of those cases where the China's had a nice big bounce in the market, and going into their earnings, they have not really bounced at all. So I was anticipating a lot of people expecting some really bad numbers. I mean, if you look at just all you got to do is look at like K Web, and you can see what a massive move it's had over the last 6 weeks, and I just felt like. Uh, Momo just hadn't done it. Actually, been going down the last few days in the earnings. I just thought it was a potential good opportunity. I didn't hold much, but still a nice gift in the morning. Yeah, China's a different animal, Peter. I've been trading them for a long time, so I'm kind of familiar with how they trade. They can be very volatile. Uh, thing about it is when you're on the right side of those things, you can get some really good moves. But if you're on the wrong side, it can hurt. Um, I never like buy highs and hold these things overnight. I'm mostly looking for opportunity on stocks that are kind of basing and um, well, like the EVs. I've done really well on the EVs lately, just because they had a nice little Uh, let me just pull out my pen here. China has was having a nice little bounce, and I thought the EVs had gotten beaten up really bad, and they all kind of started basing and forming kind of a little wedge, if you will, here. And I actually held some Neo into this gap just because I just thought I love the risk reward, and it wasn't earnings. I can't remember what that move was, but if you look at all of them, they were kind of showing the same thing. Let's take a look at LI, was kind of doing that same thing down here, wedging. Uh, XPEV, same thing, kind of basing and wedging. But keep in mind that the Chinese market had a really nice bounce, and these were kind of a lagging sector. Okay, so I will do that sometimes. Just looking more at risk reward, and you can see you get rewarded really nice when you're right on something like that. And it just wasn't going down anymore. So I will do trades like that quite a bit. And now I've just been kind of holding a core position and adding, and as they move higher. But I'm always selling too. I sold some XPEV this morning. I sold some Neo this morning on that move. So it's just kind of, I like to call it sway trading. You're kind of swaying with the market. Having a core position, and you're scalping out. As the market kind of ebbs and flows. It's a different style, but it works for me. Been in Meta and Netflix for a while, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to hang out in these things. If they can't pop back above the 50 there, and then Netflix uh actually looks really good, just not going. That looks like a potential move. I thought it may move this morning, but had a pop up, took out yesterday's high, and just came right down, floundering around. So all right, let me see. I uh uh i will trade mostly off candlestick charts. Now I will, but that's, let's just say I trade off technicals, and a moving average will play a big role in that. Uh, but you know, it, typically I'll play off like the candlestick charts, but then I'll use the moving averages for maybe where I'm going to take profits, or where I'm going to cut my losses. Um, I'm looking here trying to find an example, and then I'll trade patterns. I'll typically trade this pattern right here, where you have a big sell off. This is another one. I don't encourage any bottom fishing. This is at all time lows. But when I see a pattern like this, as a matter of fact, I'm going to show you another one identical to this the other day. When you have a pattern of a stock that sells off and then puts in a little inside doji day, what I mean by inside is the low of this candle. Let me get my, so you guys can see where I'm marking here. So the low of this candle was higher than the low of that candle, and had a little inside day. So you can see I bought this morning, in the mid 1350s. I've already scalped out a half, and what I'll do is I'll see if this is a bottom. I'll let the other half run, and if it's not, I will cut it at the low of this candle right here. So uh, a lot of people will tell you, and it's probably wise advice, not to trade stocks that are in a downtrend, that are below their moving averages. But if I see a certain pattern, it doesn't bother me, because I know the reward to risk is so favorable in something like this, where my stop is this low right here, and if this is a bottom, who knows where my target is. Uh, Now, I may trade differently in a bull market, but for me, this is not a market to be chasing, all-time highs. It can work, you'll get some that work, but most of them in a bear market, what happens is they hit that all-time high, and smart traders who may have been in a lot earlier use that opportunity to sell stock. But I do. Uh, I'll do a lot of the same things, I will trade pullback pullback stocks, that strong stocks that are pulling back. Let me show you. I'm trying to think of an example that I've taken recently. So shop, here's this now, on the long term of things. This is not a very bullish long term chart, but if you look over the last couple of months, it's definitely in an uptrend, way above its 50-day moving average. And so something like this, I won't be chasing, things up here, but I'll let them pull back. And I bought this the other day off this 20 period moving average. Ended up being a very great trade. Um, got out. I actually bought it again yesterday, but I ended up pretty much flattening it today because it got a downgrade. Morgan Stanley, a tier one downgrade. And I was like, I'm not going to chance this. It's probably going to slop around. A lot of times after those downgrades, it takes maybe 3, 4 days to work itself out. But now I will trade. I'm not always looking for pullbacks. Not always looking to buy stocks that are down on the day. But lately in this market, I found that works the best. I'm trying to think of another recent one that I did. Let me see if I see any of them in here. Well, Netflix is actually one because I've added to this, but I bought Netflix down, at this level. I think right here on this day when it popped above this after that doji tail. So uh, I'm not one to buy this. I'm sure a lot of people bought this breakout, right here. It just makes it so hard when you're in a bear market because you have all these down days and everybody gets scared. So for me, I'm mostly looking for these pullbacks and reversal. I think I bought it on this day too. Luckily, I was able to stay in it because it wasn't that much of a down mood. But I've been in and out of this thing ever since this move from earnings. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? I hadn't brought this up in a long time. This is I'm going to share this because, gosh, you know what? I need to pay more attention to this too. Uh, this is a really good scan. Bullish daily. This is a multi-strategy window, and oh gosh, if you hadn't seen this, you're going to have fun with this. All right, so what this is a multi-strategy scan, and it's looking for daily patterns. Okay, we have a symbol list. Okay, in our pre-built in the configuration where you can find these daily patterns. You got doji, hammer, bottoming tail, green bar reversal. Now I'll tell you right now, the bottoming tail and the green bar reversal is going to have lot more alerts in here than the doji has to be a perfect doji. Let's take a look at this PK and what I'm talking about. So in PK yesterday, you can see here if I click on this, the close, see the open and close up there? Let me grab it. So if you look at this open and this close, exact same price. So a doji, if it's 1 penny off, they won't count that as a doji. Yes, Peter, I will give it to you. Uh, so you're not going to see a whole lot of dojis, but you're going to see a lot of bottoming tails. Let's take a look at this. Let me just run a history on this so we can take a look at some of this stuff. Now remember, it's looking at the pattern yesterday. You're not going to see. That's what's great about it. As soon as the market closes, our servers go out and they basically just kind of scan the marketplace, all 8,000 stocks overnight, and they find these daily patterns. So if I click on this, and we're going to pull up time here just to make sure I don't move. Okay, so I do have some ETFs in here. So I'll make sure I stay on the same date here. Gosh dang it, these damn things. Okay, 12/8. Okay, NXTD. Let's look at this. All right, there's a great example. See that bottoming tail yesterday? Okay, so our servers went out and found this for you. So if you had this up, you would have seen this morning. And what happens is I set up this configuration after a bottoming tail to notify you when it gets within a few cents of the high on that day. Okay, so if it gaps up, you're also going to get an alert too. I just don't want to see a bottoming tail and then see stocks that are just still right in the middle of that range. I want them breaking out of that bottoming tail candle. So that is what's happened. Boyle, this is an ETF, but so I probably you can go in here and change that if you want to. Not much happening there. Let's see. Let me go back. Maybe we're still on 12-8 green bar reversal. There you go. So there's you had a sell off. There's your green bar reversal. So you'd have been notified in this BIVI as soon as it took. As a matter of fact, I saw that and I passed on it. I was too busy. Okay, CLFD. There's your little bottom. It'll pick up a small bottoming tail as well. HCP. That. Hey, what happened to HCP? I just had it up here. All right, let me go. Let me go to the start of the day here. Make it easier. Well, a lot of stuff coming through today. It's typical after you had a sell off like this. All right, let's go. There's your Doji and PK, CFA there, PKI. So a lot of good trades in here. Now, let's face it, the market had a nice little move. There's Beyond. Here's your green bar reversal day, and then uh, some follow through today. Anyway, it's a pretty good and you can see you're seeing a lot more uh bottoming tails and green bar reversals, and you're going to see the other ones. It's got to be a perfect doji. Amazon, look at that. There's your little bottoming tail in Amazon, and then of course you wouldn't have got alerted till it took out that high from yesterday. But a little bit of juice, and the market's starting to roll over just like every time I do come in here. I got positions, but that's okay. I'm not going to sweat them. All right, yeah. Let me put this back on real time. So a lot of good opportunity in here. So even if you're a day trader, I haven't looked at this. It's what happens is you spell that. Gosh, let me just do this. I need to save it anyway. Let me make it smaller. And I'll show you where you can find these in case you guys want to go in and build it and do your own stuff. All right, so let me show you. If you go into configuration, well, let me just show you another one because that has in. You go into configuration and you go to symbol list and you go to add existing list and you come down here and you find the word daily. There's your daily. You expand, and these are going to be all your bullish and some bearish different patterns in there. I'm not a big short seller with what I do nowadays. Back when I was day trading, I obviously did a lot more, but yeah, I'm mostly a long side trader. So I will short like inverse ETFs to hedge and things like that, or to get short. Anyway, there's some patterns in here. Just remember, go to add existing list, go to daily and expand it, and you'll see all these ones in here. Play around with them. Remember, they're looking at yesterday's tail or yesterday's candle. Okay, so yeah, and then build your configuration off of what you would like to see after you get that pattern. All right, quick check on positions real quick. Excuse me, guys. I've had a cold for a couple of weeks here, and I feel fine, but the stupid little tickle and cough is just having a hard time shucking it. Let me get another cough drop. Hey, Aja. It sure won't. It won't stop until I decide to buy it. Oh man, not a whole lot. Just trying to scalp this market lately. Well, this blue had a nice pattern. Steve pointed this out to me, and gosh, I thought it was gonna go today because that's exactly what you want to see. Look how it's been defending its 10 period moving average ever since this day where it closed pretty much right at it. It's been holding this 10 period moving average for a very long time. I thought today might be today, but so far no good. But the key level there, the like the 815 level, and I'll have to go back on this and show you what I'm talking about. Let me just go ahead and expand this. So if I draw a horizontal line right here around the 815 level, you're going to see kind of, well, if I can get the kind of, there's your kind of going all the way back to here, and then you tried a couple of times to get above it right here. Tried right here. So I thought this was going to be the day. So I'm hoping what that was, it just got a little bit ahead of itself. And I'm sure Steve is kind of looking at the same thing. But boy, when you have these setups, you really want them to happen when you see them. Because if I just know how these, especially these biotechs are, if you're going to get that nasty drive down at some point if they don't go pretty quick. So I probably won't stick around if it doesn't close above that 10 period moving average. All right, looks like got some question here today. Hot toddies for the win. Yeah, perfect circle. I think you're right. I think you're right. I could use one of those right now. All right. For open range breakouts, 15-30 minute, would you include the height of the wick to determine if they should be included in deciding if the breakout occurs? Uh, I think the scanner is TIs, including the wick, and just does not closing of the candles. Thoughts and comments. What? Where can I find this open range breakouts? Let's see if I have a copy. Yeah, would you mind? Oh, you can't. It's probably one of our channels, isn't it? I'm sorry. It's something I don't do. But let me. Patrick, is it in one of our channels? I know. I know Jamie had one. Search on strategy and alert window. Okay. Financial strategies. I'm not sure where I'd find it. How do I do a word search? Control L. This is only. Oh, you're talking about the alert. Oh, okay. You're talking about the. Okay, I thought you meant. Okay, I thought you. Jamie has a window called open range breakouts that was kind of is popular, and that's what I thought you were referring to. I didn't know you were referring to to an alert. Well, let's. I could give you probably my workaround on something like this. Let's take a look at what were you saying? 15. Let's take a look at the 15. Let's take a look at 30 actually. First, let's go to the help document and see what it says. These alerts define support as the lowest point in the first candle of the day, resistance as the highest point. The first time we break above resistance, that's an opening range breakout. The first time we break below, blah, 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 say, market away for the stock choose direction. So you're telling me in the definition here, it talks about the size of the wick? I'm not sure what I don't see anything in here that would suggest it has anything to do with the wick. Maybe I just missed. Maybe I read your question wrong here. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, I don't know the height of the wick. Yeah, I'm sure you're referring to uh the first candle in that series. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that even though it's a wick, it's still the highs of the day. So it's going. I mean, uh, according to this definition, it's just going to use the high. If it's a wick, then so be it. It's going to use that high of the day and the low of the day to form that range. So there's not going to be any workaround for that in our software where you can do a custom to just find where the open and close was for the body of the candle. Uh, Now, what you can do, speaking of workarounds, a lot of times what I'll do is just okay, yeah, yeah. Let me know what you find out. Because it's like I said, it's not something that I use, but uh, yeah, if there is, then that would be news to me. Yes, I use a couple of races. I see. I tell you, I'm been these banks are really. I think you gotta keep one eye on this market. Let me go over the races first. Let me come back to the financials, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about there. And one reason I've been scalping a lot. So my races is these are above all major SMAs. These are stocks that are strong. Okay. And this is just using a change from close, looking for stocks that are, having a nice move. Gosh, I saw that. You see my alert went off this morning on that thing. Gee. Uh I hate when they happen so fast like that in the morning because I'm usually monitoring positions and juggling stuff. Momo, that's the one I'm in. So this is just going to be strong stocks that are above their moving averages and are up, most on the day from the close. Um, it's that Bibby, a nice day. So what I might do in something like this is look for a pullback. If I'm looking for a swing position, maybe uh, like this Milco, it's not my style to ever buy anything like that. I could keep going, and but I just don't like the reward to risk there. But and this is just fast cars. This is very similar to probably what you're going to find on berries. There's Rent, there's SMMT, Goss. A lot of these things that doesn't look like it's moving because of that huge giraffe down. If I do this, it looks like trying to move a little more. Looks pretty interesting there. You're welcome, Patrick. Uh, so Leonardo, if you want, I mean, I'll be happy to share these if you want them. Uh, I can just drop them in there just in case anybody wants them. I guess I should do that. Above all major average, there's the race. And fast cars. And then we'll take a look at the configuration of these fast cars. I think I may have set this up a little bit differently. So let's go in here and put stop. Okay, so this is based upon change from the close. Okay, and it's looking at the change in 5 minute. So you might want to just, you can change this to change from the open if you want. Most people use change from the open. I'm not sure why. I think I just experiment around with this, but feel free to do what you want to. Change from the open especially if you're uh, a day trader. Probably I would ATHM. So anyway, they're in there. And you're going to see a lot of these momentum races are going to regardless of the filters. If you're looking for uh, I think the key to this one right here is just sorting by change in once again going back to my race setup. You're sorting on change in 5 minutes. Okay, so you're not always looking for the stocks that are at all at the daily highs. So in other words, if a stock moves, maybe it's would be down maybe 15 spots on a top list, but if it has a move over a 5 minute period, it's going to come up and start winning the race. So that's kind of nice. So you're not always looking at things that are on intraday highs. Just a different kind of feel for it. I saw one just a minute ago. Let's see if it's still in there. Gosh, rent, crazy. All right, position check real quick. I bought this new mod this morning. It looked really good on the daily. About half size, but uh, yeah, it's weird. GDX is not trading along with gold and silver. Silver's kind of up on the day, and GDX is, we can go down here, and it's actually down on the day slightly, not barely up. All right. Hi, Jonathan. Yeah, very good question about score. Let me just bring it up and I'll show you composite rating. Now, this would be similar to what you would find in like and I'll share this window with you if you want it. This is just going to rank them basically from highs to lows. This is going to be very similar to what you find like in the IB, Investors Business Daily. What do they call it? The Nifty 50 or something like that. Uh, Stocks that, and I put this together along with Michael. Uh, Looking for stocks that are performing well on on technical metrics, and also about 4 or 5 fundamental metrics. So there's about total of 17, 18 metrics in these things, and they'll be using things like uh, stocks that are, above certain moving averages, stocks that are in key position and ranges, maybe like on a 20-day time frame, they got to be in the upper portion of that. And then they do use a few fundamental, metrics like cash to debt ratio. Do they make money? Things like that. Nothing major. I don't like to get too caught up in fundamentals because I trust, you know, technicals a lot more than I do fundamentals. But as you scroll through these, you're going to see these are stocks that are performing, well. Quarterly revenue growth is another thing that I kind of I used, and there's going to be a lot of nice looking charts as you go through these. Now, uh, in a bear market, you're probably not going to see too many in above the 90s, although there's quite a few right now. Just because I think today's action pushed a lot of these up, and but you're going to find some very bullish charts. And yes, I mean it's if you want to keep things simple, you know, trading stocks that have a higher score than I would say 80 to 85. Because me, I love nice setups. So in other words, a lot of these stocks you're looking at are going to be trading at all-time highs, just because that's how they main. You get scores for being at all-time highs. You get uh, score for being so far away from moving averages and things like that. It's a pretty slick formula. But uh, that being said, let's try to find some stocks. Let me just duplicate this and change it real quick. And we're just going to go in here and configure. And I just want to show you that just because of stock, let's see what I want to do here. I want to, this is stock deposit, has to be above 90 and has to be uh, above 300,000. Let's just come in here real quick and just change this from 70 to 90. So find those stocks in between. And let's just go. I gotta open this up. You might want to do this too. Go to set record count and open it up higher to 100. I see a lot of stocks. Look at that, a lot of stocks in between just 85 and 90. See, like that's not a bad, not a bad looking chart at all. It's looking great. Now, there's some things that might be holding it back, like the fact that earnings per share is not positive. Quarterly revenue growth is seeing, I guess, a decline, and but those things can change, and that's why I don't put stress too much on fundamentals. Okay, that's why they may not get a lot of points with metrics like this, but at the same time, the chart is beautiful. You got fanning moving averages. It's above, uh, you know, uh, like a what 1 year high there, a 2 year high. So there's a lot of positives on the technicals, which still gives it, a decent score of 84. So don't feel like when you look at these, what I'm trying to bring to your attention is don't feel like you look at these things, you only got to focus on the charts that, that has a or stocks that have a composite rating of 90 or above. I mean, you can find some really nice setups in there for stocks that are, you know, 75 and above. Now, you get to the point where you are around 50 and below, you know, now things start looking kind of ugly. Which, guys, I mean, like I said, it's pretty simple. These Ks can be great, short setups. So that's what I'm saying. Oh, look at Apple's got a just right at 50. So Apple's not doing all that great. Look at that. And there's a lot of reasons why. A lot of people out there will tell you, oh, you can't go wrong with Apple. There's a lot of charts, a lot of stocks I'd rather be playing out there than Apple right now. And what I'm talking about, it's in a downtrend. You can see the downtrend. It's below all of its key moving averages, so no points there. It's in the lower portion of its 20-day range. It's just there's a lot of negative technicals. Now, couple of good days that could change pretty. This score could, a couple of good days and gets above three moving averages. This score could change probably by 25 points. Yep. Walton, you're right. Apple, I mean, I wouldn't buy that. But let's see if we can find some more stuff. Yeah, you're going to find a lot of ugly charts. So if you wanted to keep things simple, and that was a very good question from who was it? Jonathan. Use this composite score, especially if you're swing trading, and maybe focus on the charts that are, to have a stock composite rating above 80, and you know stay away from the long side, I should say, from the composite ratings that are below 60, or maybe 55 or 60. But just it's really helps those that really don't understand technical analysis very well. uh I would recommend, if you don't, to if you want to be take serious, trading serious, to do definitely start learning candlestick charting and some patterns and things like that. But this does help as far as just maintain. And what I like about our score versus a lot of the competition, it's real time. In other words, if a stock falls off during midday, it's going to calculate that score accordingly. So it's going to fluctuate during the midday. Okay, where I'm pretty sure IBD doesn't do that. Uh, They may do it daily at the end of the day, but ours is real time data. All right, let me share, and I'll just share the composite rating. Go in there when I do. Let me just go ahead and fix this so you guys don't add this. And I'll say this. And a lot of times, what I'll do is I'll just look at these charts, and I'll just say, I don't want to buy. I don't want to be the one chasing. But if it pulls back right here, I want to know about it. And I can't tell you guys how much I'll just sit there as I'm looking at charts and just put price alerts, and they end up being the best entries that you can when they come down there and hit. Let's face it, most of your scans are not going to show you when that area is hit, but just go ahead and slap a price alert in there, and then when it goes off, you know, uh, ascertain the conditions from there and see if you want to, take a shot at it. I did it the other day in this rocket trade. Now I added my position, so now it's and I actually scalped some out today at 60. But when it came down the other day, it hit eight. I bought it right off the 10 period moving average. That was because I had set a price alert. It was up here, and I'm saying, this pulls back to 8. I want to know, so I set a price alert. I since deleted it, but it's amazing, guys, when you just throw in simple price alerts around key moving averages, how you can find some of your best entries. All right, let me fix this for you. Set that to 100. Okay, and then we'll share it. There you go. Excuse me one sec. Okay, sorry about that. All right, make sure. What is the TLDR? I'm not on my stock composite rating. Let me pull that back up. Are you talking about a stock symbol? I'm not sure. TLDR. What you mean? Uh, I don't see that anywhere. Conversation. Okay, Walton, let me go back here and see. ASML. Yeah, you know what? That's more of a maybe in my that's kind of a flag pattern. So let me see if it's in my daily. I think it may be going sideways too much. Bull flag daily setup. But let's see. Yeah, this might be going because what I look for on this, you can see right here, docs, ASX. You can see the flagging pattern. They have had to move up and kind of going sideways. That one, even though it's kind of funky, but I'm not seeing the what'd you mention the and I'm thinking what it is. There you go, SHPH. Get going now. Let's get through that 10 period moving average. Bumping into it right now. Uh, ASM. I'm thinking the problem with this one is it's gone too long. I think it has had it needs to have a move of at least 3% in the last I think 10 days or 20 days. Let's see. One, two. Yeah, it's probably pushing the line there. I think it's let's just pull it up and take a look. Configuration. I think I have move in the last 10 days. Yeah, change in 10 days, 3%. Now, this stock would have been in here, this ASML would have been in this bull flag right around these days right here because you've had your 3% move at least. quite a bit more than that actually, and then you had this flagging pattern. So if you wanted to take this bull flag window, and if you wanted to change this change in 10 days to change in 20 days and put 3% or 5%, whatever you want to put, you would catch something. Let's just try and see if 20 days would work in here. Let's put change in 20 days and see if that would work. Gonna probably get a lot more stocks in here. That's the only thing I wouldn't like about it. And it might not even from this, if you go back to this date right here, I think this would be 20 days. So it's just this more it used to be a flag, now it's turned into like a consolidation. Typically, I get nervous when they've gone this long without, going through. I have found more times than not, it seems like you get a head fake and then the sellers come back in, just taking advantage of the people, the buyers coming in, especially in a bear market take like we're in now. Now if there's a raging bull market, that may be different. But anyway, I don't think that's going to. Yeah, it's flagging for too long. It's a really long pennant. uh, Now you could probably what you could do is you could just feel if do I don't have time because I'm only going to be in here a few more minutes, but you can do a consolidation pattern, just looking for stocks that are consolidating for X amount of days, and you can do that by just using the range, setting the minimum on the range it's allowed to trade over that time period. All right. I gotta check that SHPH, see if it's getting through that. It ran right into that 50. Pull it off. Going back to Apple, yeah, I mean, let's face it, Apple has a big weight in all of the moving average. I mean, all of the indices. You're talking about the Dow, you're talking about spiders and Qs. They have a huge weighting. So personally, I think it's going to be a hard time for the averages to go up with you know Apple under pressure like this. And hello, Barry. I think I hear you.
You heard a little cough, yes.
Okay. Well, I did. I
Uh,
wasn't a cough. I just heard a little rumbling.
oh, a little
More.
rumbling. Well, that's what
Yeah.
I did. A little cough. I got serious case of bedhead here now.
That's all right, man. Hopefully you
I
got some night
literally
in.
just woke up. I
Oh,
literally just woke
good.
up.
Good.
Wow.
You needed it.
Now you're talking about Apple. Who the heck cares about Apple when you've got
I
PHVS to trade?
I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
good grief. I'm looking at the AI, Andy, and even we had that one huge one yesterday
Hmm.
on the short. But even and I like the AI with the ones under $20. And look at Rent and Fro. I mean,
Oh, I
and of course
know.
the PHVS.
I know.
So wow, though
Yeah, there's some good ones.
there are
There's
some
some
good
good
ones.
ones. There was some good ones yesterday too. I don't did we make some changes or just kind of
No, I
way
don't think
everything's
so. I
okay.
don't think so. We had the three awesome shorts yesterday, and then we got these. But it's funny because when you look at conservative, and I don't even really look at that, but when you look at conservative versus aggressive and moderate, I mean, it doesn't look like it's very good. But
Right. Yeah.
anyway, PHVS though, I have to admit, I'm stunned by it. It was just as I was nodding off, that's when it had the big pop right at noon, and I actually traded that into pre-market, and I thought it did pretty well. And then I thought it was over. And man, it's amazing just out of nowhere.
Oh man, that what a you know what? I just froze for some reason.
You just froze?
I just froze. I think
You
it's
mean,
my let's see here. Well, this strategies windows just froze on me. Hold on, what's
oh, I
going
see.
on?
Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. Let me see if the no, no well.
Hey, by the way, I asked, can you go back and do a history of yesterday in the AI? When I did my history of yesterday in the I was brought to the 6th, not to the 7th, because I was
Huh.
finished.
Well, don't be alarmed, guys, because we are on betas. This is why this is why we test these betas before we
Yeah.
release them to you. But no, I'll have to check that out. I'm probably going to have to exit and try again here. Close it out. I'll let the fellows know. All right, Barry. Well,
So,
I'm going to stop
oh,
sharing because I'm doing no good with the frozen machine over here.
okay, I'll take over then.
All right, buddy. Hey, listen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Andy. Have a great
yeah.
weekend. I know
You
it's
do the same,
Thursday,
man.
but
All right.
okay,
Bye.
bye
Bye,
bye.
everybody.
Back to yesterday in the AI, really, Jonathan. Okay, I don't know what's happening with me. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to get back into the all the rooms. No, I don't think I muted myself in the. I'm gonna have to remember. I've got 3 rooms going here now. I didn't mute myself in the Discord room. Okay, I think we're back now. Well, Jonathan, look what I'm doing. Okay, here is today. Excuse me. Here is today. Real time today. And of course, we've got that PHVS, just as I was talking to Andy in the YouTube room, just as I actually went for a nap. I said, I saw, look at this, at right at noon when it started again. But if I go right click, history, yesterday, I'm brought to the 6th, not to the 7th. History. So you say previous day, but I'm not going to the 7th. I'm going to the 6th when I click on yesterday. Maybe if I go to time frame and all, but that shouldn't be. So you're having the same thing, Pepe. It's going to the 6th instead of the 7th. Okay. Because I wanted to show people the MRTX from yesterday and can't do it. Now again, I know I can go to the time frame. I'm sure I could probably pick it, but that's crazy. Oh well, I'm not going to dwell on it. I'm going to just pass that on to the developers. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just passing this on to the developers. Okay, so what a day. Yeah, time frame will work, but I mean that's crazy. Jonathan, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because when you said history and what do you have? Do you have yesterday or do you have previous day? Is that what it says? History previous day instead of yesterday? Because it's possible. I mean, I know it sounds because I'm on a development version. I'm on the latest well, a development version, but does yours say previous day as opposed to yesterday? Yeah, so you see, he's got previous trading day somehow. Now let me ask you this. Are you using this window called the strategy trades all? And sorry, guys, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Are you using this window called strategy trades all, like the floating window that I've got here, the same one? And right click history. And instead of yesterday, it says previous trading day. Is that what you say? Or is that what you have? Or are you accessing it from something else? Like maybe the web or something, I don't know. Like maybe the web-based version says that, or let me just go to let me go to AI here just for fun. I just want to see this. I mean, this is the same strategy trades all. If I right click history, yesterday, no. Well, where are you seeing? Yeah, you must be on a previous version then, Jonathan. That it still says previous trading day. That must be it. Not that that should matter. I mean, we've renamed it yesterday. All right, guys, my quest right now is for me now to get, and by the way, guys, the pro, hopefully some of you took that fro. I am in this. I hope somebody took the fro. I said, over 13 and it had all the room, but I'm not, unfortunately, in the PHVS. That happened just as I was taking my break, that move. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Where is it? And the other one, BIVI, my goodness, look at this thing ripping again. We're in a strange day today, guys. Very strange day. One of these days in which these low floaters are going absolutely bananas. This is one of those 4 or 5 days that I refer to. You got to make hay on these days. There are 17 or 16 or 17 days during the month. It could be a bit of a grind, but you usually get about 4 or 5 days a month in which all of a sudden something just goes bananas, and this is the day. Okay, so that is a bug. Okay, guys, it is a bug. Good. Not just me, not just you, Pepe. I just talked to the developers and say, yep, that's what they're seeing too. So they're going to bring it up in the development meeting. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So, I am now. Oh, okay. I want to ask you a question about that, Zach. What does that have? What would that mean for AMC and GME? Can you explain that? You talk about the tokenized shares are under scrutiny for stocks like AMC and GME. I can't tell, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, I'm looking at GME, GME is holding up. AMC is just crashing. And I've got PSTX, yeah, this is okay, okay. More about the broker involvement than anything worthy for the meme. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned PSTX. I'm seeing PSTX also. Man, we're in another, well, it's not a crazy low float. It's 55 million, so it's not super low, but wow, what an amazing move for this one. Just straight up since 9:45, guys, straight up. I'm going to say something else. Straight up. I'll see if there's any news on it. Now, the temptation, of course, is to chase these things. So I have to resist the temptation. Right now, the BIVI is still setting up, I believe. I mean, it's holding over 8. I mean, as the volume is coming in, and I said the next high was 826. So what did it get up to? It got up to what, 849? Let's break that out even more though. Let's take a look at the weekly chart on this to see where it could keep going to. And again, this is on no news, just a trade. I don't see any news on this one. And I don't see any near term. Let's take a look at backing this out just a little bit more. Wow, I mean, I'm going back 2 years now. Who cares? 2 years now. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, look how it traded yesterday. Choppy, choppy, choppy. I mean, from here, from 9 o'clock all the way up to 10:15 for this type of a stock, it was basically straight up until, get a little bit of chop action. But right now, and again, the float, it's all about the float, 7 million in the float. The other thing is, it's probably not shortable at a lot of brokerages. So you're not getting a lot of selling pressure for people piling in and shorting it. I know Zach can probably with his center point, but All right, PHVS. I'm just looking to see if I can find any way to get into this. So higher lows, and the high up here was 892, which I mean, so far it hasn't really cared about any of these highs looking left on the daily chart. It's just kind of really trading on its own. I mean, it had the news this morning, makes the way for the FDA to remove clinical. Ah, okay. So this wasn't it. So this got probably hammered back here because it was placed on a clinical hold. FDA, and now it's the clinical hold has been removed. So positive data, and it's only phase 2, but market doesn't care. You see, I mean, here are the two top winners, guys. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Summit comes back over $4 and maybe takes another run. It would not surprise me at all. And it says MT, so I'm just going to have to stick an alert, say 419 or so, and see if it comes back over 4. Just checking the other memers, AMC just wow. I mean, feel sorry for people. I mean, these groups that think there's this conspiracy theory that thinks that there's a quadrillion shorts out there that are really haven't been accounted for, and eventually these things are just going to go. If you listen to Michael Noss, he says he's talked to hedge funds. He used to be in the hedge fund business or worked for a hedge fund, and he says that the hedge funds that he's talked to says, you know what, try to put some news out there, pop these stocks, and then short the heck out of them. Now, GME is still hanging in there, though. Good. Golly, Miss Molly, look at you. Good thing I'm on mute, guys. Or not on mute, I should say. Good thing I am. PHVS. So when you look at this, 118% move, if you're still in it from the 427, of course. Now, granted, you should have taken some off along the way, but that is from the AI. And that's why, I always say, you're going to run this in automated fashion, you'd be losing out big time for the PHVS, because you would have got out at 468 and that would have been it, for a paltry, 9.6%, as opposed to doing it manually and tracking how it's trading. Market maker always sunny Frank. By the way, I know you mentioned a couple of days ago that going to Discord would mean monitoring 24/7. And I don't know if you heard what I said yesterday, but obviously we have a way to turn it off. I don't think it's nothing magical, but we can turn the room off, and that's in Discord, of course, talking. Yeah, it's a pretty simple. You just go in here. I'm not going to do it, but slash lock. You see, and I can lock down the server. So it does not require moderation 24/7. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. Oh, Bob, there were a million scans. I mean, any momentum scan, okay? I mean, the Momo, the one I'm sharing in my homepage, the momentum scan, 100% would have shown that, okay? The other thing that you you know, if I go here, but there's so many scans that would have shown this because this is such a huge run. But the other thing is that, you know, doing some pre-market work would have prepped you to know that this was even in existence, okay? If that makes sense. Because this was showing up in the pre-market as a huge mover. So the fact that it's a huge mover in the pre-market means that, I mean, look at the races. I mean, the racing scan, 14 races at one, okay? But a momentum scan absolutely would have shown it. You know, this would have shown it right at 9:30 as an example, okay? This is the scan that I'm sharing, the momentum scan. And, you know, it's on don't repeat, so it's not going to show it over and over again, but it really actually right at 9:30, you would have seen it at 421. Now, you know, after that, you know, it's up to you to figure out how to trade it, of course, but I mean, you would have seen this on any sort of one of our momentum scanners. Well, for instance, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, and then go to this and then scroll down and go to the scan section, my scan section right there, Momo, that would have 100% shown it. Yeah, would have shown it. Okay. But just the races. I mean, look at that, won 14 races. But understand, I mean, I mean, after it broke out here, I'm not saying it was as easy, but I mean, it was chopped around a little bit here, you know, at the beginning of the day. You know, it got up to what, 4.99 and it got down to, you know, a dollar move down. And I thought, okay, that could have been it. Could have been it. But right at noon, you would have absolutely had an alert right at noon, 12 o'clock, as it made that move. And then it got halted, I guess. I guess it got halted. Sure, it got halted. And then I'm sure it got halted because that's that gap that happened here. You know, here's another one. Maybe don't take your off this one, okay? EXPR has had a big move in the pre-market. Had a big move in the pre-market. Got up to 213. It fell back to 154. It's on the move again. It is broken through the VWAP. Broken through the VWAP of 187. So it's basically right there. And now PHVS. I can't tell people to take this, okay? But PHVS, it briefly took out 10. You know, this is your complete chase mode, but If it takes out 10 again, anything could happen. I mean, this is just the mania of the day. And I mean anything. Well, yeah, of course it's extended. I mean, there's no question it's extended, but I mean, traders around the world, they see this. And always going to be those that say, "Oh, I'm going to get in now," and there we go, 10:07. The problem is getting into something like this right now, even though is where you're going to put a stop. The problem with trying to place a stop on something like this is that, it may blow right through your stop. Wow. It's funny. The AI used to have days like this where you'd see something. Well, I don't know. This may be a record. This may actually be a record of a percentage move, 145% now. And I think it's just going to get halted again. Maybe not. I'm seeing the bid ask move around. Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm just looking. I think it's halted now, guys. I'm sure it's halted right now. 1193 at 1194. That's PHVS. I'm sure it's halted right now. Yes, it is. And here you go. 15 races that it's won. 71. Oops. You know what? And the thing is that, let me just click on this alert here. Yeah, okay, I'm wrong. Yeah, so 56 million, 17 million in the float. Excuse me. So it is traded the float, not quite, about 3.5 times, which in itself is a lot. But for this move, I mean, I would have thought this would have had maybe had 100, 150, 200 million shares traded for a move like that. So we having fun yet, guys? On this one, and I mean, then look at the projected open, 12. I mean, it's halted at 1193. Yeah, there are very few scans that it would not have shown up. To be honest, I mean, as long as you have any sort of a momentum scan or a stock that's up at least, 3, 4%, things like that, very few scans, it would not have shown up. But here's the momentum scan, and it, right when the market opened, it showed up at 9:30 at 421. So I'm telling you guys, don't lose sight of the SMMT, because what I think can happen. What's the float here? I mean, it's 28 million, so it's still low float. They're going to be, come on, trade ideas. Okay, reset connection. Because there are going to be traders out there. They're thinking, man, I missed that PHVS. Maybe I should get into SMMT at some point. It's had a great 3-day run. fairly low float. Did have some news, I guess, on this day, because eventually, there are going to be lots and lots of traders just trading out of the PHVS and looking for something else. Shady, I think you shorted RXT, did you not? I think you shorted RXT. I think I read that. What are you using a pre-market scanner in Thinkorswim Draw D? Of course, it showed up in the my pre-market actives up. Of course, this is still running, but I mean this showed up in the pre-market actives up when I first thing I saw this morning. And yes, I'm sharing these too. Oh, okay, guys, here's another one. Keep an eye on Erna. Wow, keep an eye on Erna for sure. Yesterday, it got up to 640. It sold off. I mean, it closed down here at 450. So a $2 drop. But look what's happened. It's over five. Low float, 1.2 million. Again, there could be traders around the world thinking, okay, I missed out on the PHVS. What's another low floater that I might want to take a shot at? Again, it's not recommendation to do this, but and PHVS just opened and it fell a bit, in Erna. I like the guy who's in the afternoon on that Casa. On that, how long? I mean, has the guy said how long it's still going to be available for free? I mean, I know you said until he launches his website, but man, oh man, that's at least I can understand the guy rather than the guy with the New York accent. Anyway, back to Erna. I want to keep an eye on Erna. Where are you, Erna? It dropped off here. Well, I'm okay. Unless you guys don't have trade ideas, which is fine. I mean, this is a free room. You don't, but I mean, in my opinion, you should use my pre-market actives up and down. It rarely misses anything. And the reason I say that is because we get the odd email coming in and saying, how come this symbol didn't show up in the pre-market? And they complaining about, and we look at their scanner, and all I know is that, well, if you'd used my scanner, or the person, he or she used my scanner, it was there in the pre-market actives up and down. I rarely miss anything. Okay, guys, here's the summit. I mean, I'm telling you, if if it gets going again, SMMT, Okay, Katouche, you can have my scanner. All you have to do is, here's my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link and you'll be brought to this page. You'll probably be right at the top, okay? I have to always say this. Scroll down until you see my scanners. Click here, and there they are. Pre-market actives up and down. And I can almost guarantee you'll never miss anything that moves in the pre-market. And if somebody, if you're using my scanner and if you say, hey, how come it didn't pick up this? I'll try to figure out why. But I have not ever seen, the only time, let me just check that scanner again. The only time it doesn't, so I'll use my caveat here, but I think I might have taken the earnings per share out. Give me a moment. Okay. Okay, I just want to check here, right click, configure, summary. Yeah, I took the earnings per share out. Excuse me. The reason I did that is because it was missing some stocks, especially out of Israel for some reason. Okay. The EPS filter is, I use it in some of my scans, and basically the use of it is just to prevent ETFs from coming in. So I use the EPS filter in some of my scans, and I put a minimum of like 0.001 on the max side or min size side, and minus 0.001 on the max side. That is just to prevent ETFs coming in because ETFs don't have earnings. But what was happening, the odd time, it was blocking a symbol for some reason, and usually was an Israeli stock. So I took it out. So at this point, I don't think you will miss anything that is moving in the pre-market if you use my scans. Okay? I'm just, I do not want to see SMMT leaving me behind on some kind of a huge burst. So I'm going to keep a real close eye on this SMMT. And of course, it keeps running right now. Okay. I mean, but when I use it, I don't use it once the market opens, but it keeps running all day. Lost the audio in Discord. Really? I don't have it on mute. So Jay, I'm told though, what you can do is you can pop the screen out. You can pop this out. Okay. My screen out. And so then you can see the chat. You can pop this out and put it anywhere you want. Okay, so okay, I now see your message, okay, in Discord. So yeah, now, yeah, but shouldn't you be able to just pop it out and place it anywhere you want? So you could put it on another monitor or anywhere you want and size it? I don't know what you mean. It comes on the top of each other. Yeah, you can move it around. And I understand I don't have that icon, but Pepe says the icon is a little square with a an arrow. Why would you need two screens though? I mean, like this, so if I pop this out, if this is my screen, why couldn't I put it, wherever I want and have the other one? Oh, I see. You were trying the web-based version. So guys, anybody who's new here, wondering what we're talking about, we will be going to this Discord room. And luckily we've got 3 weeks or so to really troubleshoot every little thing. Okay. And there's the link to get into the Discord room. And excellent feedback from everybody. Let me know what's going on because we'll be moving to that room January 3rd. And again, this is what it'll look like. Not this, of course, but you should see my screen exactly the same way. You'll hear me. And the only difference is here are the tabs. So these tabs here that are at the top, they're on the side. That's all. That's really the only difference. Funny man. Just digital boxes. There's always a bit of a learning curve, guys. I remember when we went to from Omnovia to this, I don't know how many years ago, 3, 4 years ago, we went from Omnovia to this, and first thing people said was the resolution wasn't as good. And okay, so Katouche, have you ever, and I'm glad you're saying that. So have you ever used Discord before? Okay, so that is the first thing. Yes. Discord will want you, just like when you signed up for our room here, this room here, it was the same sort of thing, needing an email. So it's a one-time thing though. Okay. So yes, that's just to use Discord, like get into Discord, not just our room, but all the different rooms that are in Discord. So yes, it's a one-time thing. They'll ask you for your email, and they'll send you an email, and then it's just a one-time thing, and then that's it. After that, it's just a link, one link, and you're in the room. So it is actually oh, hmm, does not recognize your password. Well, that is something I can't help. I don't, or help you with. Maybe Pepe or somebody. Okay, so here we go. Trade ideas, Scott. So Scott, thank you, Scott, for showing up here. So he's put an arrow here. Click on the show chat when you're watching this stream. Yeah, who has shorts for I mean, I'm sure again that Zach probably has shorts, but my guess is that most do not have shorts for PHVS. Wow, what a move on this RXDX, guys. This is a more expensive one, and this is the one that had multiple upgrades this morning. So, I mean, if you're more into, well, I was going to say larger cap stocks, but you look at the float on that one, 30 million in the float. So if you're more into, this price of stock, what a move from 107 to 116. So Scott at Trade Ideas, who is helping me, get started with this Discord room, He's just made a, he just made a, I don't know if you can, well, you should be able to see that. So it says click show chat when you're watching the stream. There's a little box he's pointing to. I guess it's right there. But yeah, I think the way to go is pop out the video. Just pop the video out. You know what I should do is I should, Scott, if you're listening to me, I should try to get into the room as others see it, not as a moderator at some point. And I don't know if Scott can hear me, but it's Scott at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, so EXPR, so I don't know what you mean by the specific chats to do that. I don't know what you mean by that, Mike. So you're in then. You are in. You were able to, it finally accepted your password or something, Katouche? Well, see, it's hard for me to show, but oh, you're not in. Well, I guess you have to figure out how to get in. Why it's not accepting your password. That's something I'm not sure how I can help you with. Because that's more on the Discord side, right? I mean, you've never been in Discord before. Basically, I thought they just asked you for your email. Okay, where's Erna? ERNA. Where is Erna right now? Is it still over 5? Yes. Still over 5, guys. Again, this could do the crazy if it, because of that float, 1.2 million in the float. Hmm. That is, yeah, I just don't know. That's on the Discord side, so I don't know how to help you, Katouche. So, Mike, how about this though? You know, here it is. Why? So here it is, right there. Why not just pop out the video and have this on the side, and just have this? Ah, here's another one, guys. Well, it's actually not a low float. Not a low float, 187 million, but had a nice day yesterday, ADMA. All right, I am going to put an alert at $11 for PHVS. And I'm going to see what happens if it does get back over 11. 10.95. So guys, if you're in Discord, don't direct message me, okay? Just put something in the TI questions, if you don't mind. Direct messaging, we won't be allowing that anyway, so because it's not that I'm not paying attention to you, it's just that I don't really see it. Okay, I see APC, you are typing. Hi, APC. Okay. ATVI. So I think you guys have been talking about this. So Macy 71 a share if FTC sues to block Microsoft deal. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Oh man, there's a marketing meeting in about 6 minutes. This Thursday, right? What a fast day. And so Pepe, you're talking about these so guys, what I'm going to do at 3 o'clock is I'm going to try to maybe get some, like Pepe, if you're going to hang around, maybe I can do some troubleshooting with you at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Well, for instance, is there a way to pop out the chat? I don't know. I mean, is there a way just to pop this out? Just this? Okay, guys, it looks like, well, okay, PHVS just gave up 10 now. Summit did not keep going over 4. Well, it seems like years ago that I shorted that design DSGN. I thought that was a great trade. Okay, guys, here's another one. GOTU above the 200-day moving average. See how it rested right on it? Starting to move. A China stock, not a low float, 140 million. All right, guys, I have to put myself on mute. There's a marketing meeting that's going to start in a bit. So first of all, I'll get my announcement here. So in a meeting, on mute. If you remember to mute 3 rooms.